Hello. Welcome. Let me get the music going. Welcome to the AstroPub. Pub. How y'all doing today? Keeps doing that. All right. My name's Paul, Berserker1, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Holy fudge. Dear Christ Roberts, there's a lot of information today. CIG has decided that this week was just the week they're going to tell us everything. From a monthly report to a new release on, to update on item recovery, and then 4.1 released at the Evocati with a bunch of new stuff. Pretty interesting. So we're going to do at least 2 different videos, and I'm going to do a couple of videos on my own after the stream. Spaceship.
You can take away my space
suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Dig Dug just resubscribed for 38 months. Below and Sig News.
No problem. Thank you so much for that 38 months of support there, 89. You're very you rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. You're here for the spice. It's not gonna be spicy, y'all. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not that spicy today. I'm not mad. I'm gonna start off with the most spicy take, I guess, for everybody else. I don't care about the item recovery stuff. Am I happy about it? No. Am I upset about it? Not really. I see it. It was never really a big issue of mine anyways, the whole item recovery stuff. And I can see where there's some problems with it. But my take when it comes to a lot of this stuff is just CIG is going to make some people unhappy. They're going to make decisions that are not going to be good for any individual, but answer the question and solve a problem for the game that will mostly make everyone upset. When you want to make a game for everyone, you're going to make decisions like that, which are effectively compromises of convenience.
You can even take away my space lasers, but you can never, ever take away my space game.
Jesus. I'm gonna turn that off for a bit. Thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships, Tealies. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, for any pedestrian. This is your father's good night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Good, because I got one recovering spicy streamer out of the 2 I'm watching. Gifting those memberships to Fixer, Scott Hudson, Simidot, Sand Chimera, Zell, Grizz, Soundwave, Osaris, Aloha, and Starmate. It sucks as someone who likes contested zones. I get it, but it sucks that I can't loot the nerd, the gear off the nerd I just killed. Star Citizen has never done looting well. And the one thing I think that is a positive about this is that it's moving Star Citizen away from being a looter shooter. Because they're not. They never were supposed to be. And this whole like, oh, but the loot. It's like the loot sucks. It's always sucked and you're bad at doing it. So why try? It was never really in the scope of the game. It's just sort of like, let's try to make it work. And their goal in the going forward is much more in
Wahoo 127 just discovered the meaning of life.
Thank you so much there, Wahoo, for that 42 months of support. You're a very important public, very impressive, very new pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. It screams of needlessly complicating things. Yeah, but it solves the problem that CIG had because they were promising they have a legal issue where they needed to give people back stuff they purchased for cash.
Medrin just got a sub from Dry Khan. Dry Khan gifted a tier 1 sub to Medrin.
Thank you so much for shifting that tier 1 sub there, Drycon. You're a very important public, very impressive, very good Astro. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers.
Dem biddies.
Oh, you got a hype train?
You
Yes.
got a hype train, lol.
I did, apparently. How about the Naboo fighter, yo? Naboo fighter, yo. Yeah, I mean, so I'm not going to watch that video because it's an hour long and we would be here for a very long time if I had to sit there and watch the whole thing. But I am going to break that information out and make my own standalone video of the known ships of Star Citizen in 2025, including the stuff that's being worked on. So like things like the Pioneer, the Ironclad, the Perseus, the Freelancer TAC, the Apollo. What else? And then there's this new RSI salvagers. One of them was a RSI heavy fighter. Yeah, an RSI heavy strike fighter, an RSI a starter salvager, and a Kruger light fighter. It's very interesting. Where were these announced? So some of them were announced on what is it called? Oh, the new ones in the SCL today. They actually showed the concept images too. RSI Guardian Vanguard competitor. Yeah, it sounds like it's a single seater rather than a dual seater. I know the live event of Supply or Die is kind of old news, but man alive, it got me mining for the first time ever. Currently purchasing a prospector. I purchased a game with better components, and I'm geeking out about going minables with sipping whiskey. Woohoo! Starting Salvager is odd to me in 2025. I can tell you right now, the reason why we're getting a bunch of Salvagers is because Salvage is about to be a finished gameplay loop with both crafting and processing, as well as the new damage systems.
Take away my space game.
Trip _ just resubscribed for 25 months. Woo,
Thank you.
love me some leaks.
Thank you so much for that 25 months of support there, Shinobi. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Any pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Y'all shots and cheers. Yes, and then there's the leaks, which aren't really leaks, but you have to call them. You have to call them leaks so people think that they're getting illicit information because yeah, Evocati can talk about what's in Evocati. So there are some data leaks because they have scraped. Pipeline has scraped the build and got a bunch of stuff out. So there's probably more stuff that they have discovered that CIG hasn't intended for it to come out yet. But the big one, the massive one, is we have our first Banu in game. Their name is, let's see if we can find it again. It's like Mahal. Oh no, it's Wakello. Wakello. Yeah, it's Wakello. Yeah, they're nicknamed the Collector. And one of those things is in the leaked files. They have a lot of interesting dialogue. A couple things that seem to be the case. One, it's instanced. So you will be going to one of Wakello's stations in Stanton, and Wakello will ask you to do things for them. One of the missions that Wakello will give you is to get them food. They like burritos. The other thing that you can do is by doing some missions for them, they will upgrade your weapon. And Diego. Being of good taste, obviously. I mean, you got to understand that being a Banu, Wakello is probably eating the burrito with the wrapper on. Yeah, that's the other big one. There's a leak that Wakello has a cryopod with the words T Bannister on it. There are 3 locations for Wakello, all stations that don't exist. They don't exist in 4.0, but they exist in 4.1. Yeah, they're brand new additions to the game. They're basically like the Rabs from Pyro, but they're in Stanton. How's the state of the game? Haven't been for a good 6 months. A lot better than it used to be. There are still some teething issues with 4.0's release, but the game is not as bad as it was. There's still problems, but it's getting better. Not only that, but the Hathor Station stuff is in. That's probably part of the event. Yeah, it's next week. I hope Wakello has a darker side somewhere down the line. Like, get me a burrito and the head of a Xeno threat captain. You got to understand, the thing you got to understand about the Banu is that the Banu are the happiest motherfuckers you will ever meet. They are always upbeat. No matter what they're doing. But they don't have the same morality as humans. They understand human morality. They just don't give a fuck. They're here for a good time, not for a long time. Cargo elevators are busted everywhere that isn't a space station or a main city. I think your mileage will vary with that. I've had good experiences with the cargo elevators functioning on planets, but it really depends on where you are. Solarian, yeah, very similar to Solarians. Yeah, they're about 50 years old. Is what they live, 50 to 60. To give you context, most Banu service contracts, when they first initially get sold out of childhood into their first Suli, they usually get around 30 years old is when they get out of that. So that's their sort of midlife is 30. Enlightenment through capitalism? Thanks, I hate it. It's more like anarcho-capitalism without morality, without any sort of morality twinge to it. Because they live in Sulis, and Sulis are the base unit of organization for everything. They don't have governments. They have a government Suli, but the government Suli only can exist and use its powers with the help of other Sulis who cooperate with that Suli. So they all exchange in contracts and do things that are specifically contractually obligated to each other, which then changes depending on the Esso Suli, that leader of the Sulis, jobs and descriptions. But a contract is everything. That is their life. Their life is the Suli and the contract, and their goal is to either be an Esso Suli or get a ridiculously good contract for their employment. But like once you're in a Suli, you're family. And I don't mean that as in like, we're a family at this company. I mean like they will kill for you. Like they will murder somebody if they threaten you and help you bury the body. They're like, I have known you for 5 minutes. Let's go to fucking war. You know, you're part of my family now. Let's fucking murder some people. No, they don't even ask why. It just you're a Suli. We're in the Suli together. Let's do this. Esso Suli, you got a problem with it? No, let's go. I arrived at a tense moment. We're just talking about the Banu. But at the same time, do not get drunk around a Banu because they will steal your liver. They will sell your body parts for cash. And then just be like, whoa, what's this hostility when you find them next? Like, you got it, you're here. Obviously it's fine. Just don't be stupid next time. They can take out things for each other and eat the evidence. Yeah, because they can eat pretty much anything. They're kind of like syndicate groups. Yeah, there are a lot of, they're very, but like the way they speak and how they talk, they're just so friendly. They're just so nice. Like all of them, they're just so happy to be here, man. Like they're just glad to have participated. The Ferengi and the Banu would be best of friends, but the Ferengi would then freak the fuck out when the Banu start eating them. And then get confused as to why the Ferengi are having problems. We picked a weird spot to tune in. No, you didn't, because the Banu are in game. Speaking of Banu contracts, that is who you're going to play for or work for in 4.1. Wikello, the first Banu in game. Now, I believe they are a hologram, so you don't see the full body or anything like that. They're just like a head. But they will give you contracts. They'll converse with you back and forth. They have voice lines. They're in 4.1. They're in the PT. They're in the Evocati. So they're like the old sweet lady who tricks Lloyd Christmas in Dumb and Dumber. So friendly that you say, I didn't even see it coming. Yeah. Yeah, they're in 3 different locations, but yeah. I don't know. They might be the scariest. Like, at least Vandul are purposely hostile and with intent. The Banu may just decide to eat you because they felt like it. Yeah, that's why I love them, but keep them away from me. like there is no malice in their actions. They don't do this because they hate you. They do it because it's beneficial to them. And they expect everyone in the universe to be the same. Like, why wouldn't you take actions that were not directly beneficial to you? And if they're like, well, then why are you friends with me? It's like, because I get enjoyment out of talking with you. You're my friend. That is enjoyment. I am benefiting from this relationship. The moment I stop from benefiting from this relationship, I will either leave or find a way to benefit from you personally. So is this chaotic neutral? I don't even know how to put it that way. Will I be able to romance Banu in one way of my double-sized bed in the Starlancer Max? Probably not, because the Banu... To put it to you this way, there is no big titty big titty Banu girl. The Banu they don't have genders. They don't really have like sexes. They don't have the concept of gender at all. Banu can just sort of choose a partner and then have kids, but kids are a contractual obligation. I don't even know if the Banu enjoy it. Banu or Groot, they kind of look like Groot, but they're a lot less hostile than Groot. I like to think of them as, based off of their appearance, I like to think of them as descending from from coral. They're like a coral-based sentience. Hey, Radar Echo. Huge week for us lefties with a new VKB right-handed throttle. First time something like that has been available for that side. That sounds like probably limited sales, but it's a good one. Are they also killed by sunscreen? I don't think so. I'm gone for 2 weeks. They add my favorite race in the game. I gotta take more vacations. So the people crying, whining, pissing, and shitting themselves over pronouns just want to be Banu. I guess so. I don't know. They remind me of the offspring from Alien Romulus. Still haven't seen the movie. Banu are in 4.1. Not the whole species, but even better than that, honestly. The next mission giver is a Banu. In an instanced, location. You fly to one of their 3 stations in the Stanton system. They greet with you, you talk with them, you have a conversation, and then they give you missions. Those missions, the simplest mission is, I'm hungry, get me a burrito. And then if you bring them your weapons, you can give them, they'll ask for a specific materials. And if you have those materials, you give them the materials, and then they will upgrade your weapon with that materials. One of my favorite lines is, something along to the effect of, I need a Copian horn and a burrito. Not for the upgrade. I'm just hungry. I need the burrito because I'm hungry. I haven't tried it yet. I've seen people's responses to it. I've seen the updates, and I'm gonna try it after this stream to check that out specifically. Is this true? Yes, a Banu mission giver. Not too many spoilers, please. I'm not gonna spoil it like anything beyond that. It's just because there are other missions that they give you, and there's a lot of different things like that. And what do they mean by upgrade your weapons? I don't know. If you give them the weapon, will they eat it? Chill out, Citizen Joel. Purple One sounds like pretty big in terms of content. Yeah. A Banu eating a box of ammunition lives rent free. There are several new reputation groups too. Yeah, so like there's now a group of hunters. There's a faction of hunters where they're the ones who give you the missions to go hunt Copians and stuff like that. They have a whole lore behind them and everything. Talk with them? Is this like talking with a fae where every word could be a contract, you potentially sign away your soul? It's a Banu, so assume yes. Question, if you give them your weapon, is there a chance they'll just sell it? The Banu will never, ever fuck with a contract. If they ask for your weapon to upgrade it, it's a contract. They would rather die than sell your weapon. They will literally fight the entire like UE military than give up that weapon. Contracts are everything. The two things in Banu society that are the closest thing to sacred is the Suli and the contract. That is true, Iris. As long as the contract stipulates the weapon's return. What's a Suli? Okay, so a Suli is the basic unit of Banu society. All Banu society is made up of Sulis. Sulis are part family, part guild, and part company. They're an organization dedicated to a single craft, or sometimes multiple crafts, but they're kind of like a company might be. They're run by a person called an Esso Suli. The Esso Suli is the head of the Suli, and they're in charge of all contracts and everything else like that. But Sulis are, once you've joined a Suli, you join a Suli for decades. Most Suli contracts are incredibly long, and once you're part of a Suli, everyone in your Suli is also your family. Like your Esso Suli isn't just your boss, they're your mom and dad. Like it's their job to take care of you. If they fuck up, then they've broken their contract. Like it's significantly important. So I joke about like a Banu, you join a Banu Suli, at that moment they go ride or die. Like, see, as you will never do this. I'd love for them to do it. Like if you're running from like a pirate gang that's going to murder you, run to a Banu, sign up for the Suli if you're just gonna die, because suddenly you have an entire Suli that's just like, all right, your problems are my problems. Are Sulis a multi-Banu generational organization? No. So every Suli has a contract, and that contract lasts a certain number of years. Sometimes it can be for life, but typically Sulis are like around 15 to 20 years is when you sign up for a contract. There are shorter shorter ones, but if you're a young Banu, so the life cycle of a Banu starts like this. When one Banu and another Banu decide that they want to start a corporation where they're making babies, they get together and make babies. Those babies are then sold to another group of Banu who will raise those babies. So your parents, you'll never know them because their job is the sole existence of those two, and why they do the horizontal tango is to create offspring, and those offspring become their product, and those products then get moved to a Suli whose sole job is to raise those products and make sure that they have enough skills and education and food to keep them alive. Then those Suli, then when you're old enough, you get trained in a profession, and whatever you find out, whatever you're good at, and you get sat down and work in that profession. Doesn't matter what you want; it's what you're good at. Then once you're suitably enough trained, then they sell you to your first real Suli, and that Suli is like a business. That's whatever they're making. You get sold, and then you're in that Suli until you can pay off your debt. You're paying off your debt from being born, raised, trained, and sold into that Suli. Once you've paid off that debt, you're free to do whatever you want. Sometimes you can renegotiate your contract and come back in. Other times you can go off and form your own Suli. But that's just the cycle of life. And when an SO Suli dies, the entire Suli is dissolved. And then a new SO Suli might rise. So like you have like this Suli. This SO Suli dies. The second in command, the person who would be like the SO Suli's right hand person, would then gather the rest of the Suli together and negotiate new contracts and go, hey, let's figure this out. Do you want to continue this going? And if everyone's like, yeah, this is great, let's do this. Then that person becomes the SO Suli. They sign new contracts and then move on. But it's now a completely different Suli that they have to sign new contracts for the old ones. Sometimes they can assume the contract of the old SO Suli, but yeah. Yeah, when an SO Suli dies, it's like chapter 11. That sounds awful. Only if you're a human. However, we have firsthand accounts of multiple humans who have been sold into SO Sulis, into Banu slavery, and all of them had a wonderful time. Like they kept their everything about their time with the Banu, because the Banu basically raised them, taught them everything they knew, help them figure out how to make new things, improve their life significantly, and when they left their Suli, they've left on good terms. I have never seen an account of a human that has ever been mad at the Sulis that purchased them, because typically humans are purchased at a young age, like teenager or younger, often sold by their parents to Banu because their parents are junkies, poor, or pirates, one of those three. Can a human be an SO Suli? Anyone can be an SO Suli. As long as you're part of a Banu culture, you can be so. Most humans don't tend to stick around with the Banu culture, though, because they are kind of restrictive. So are BMMs like Suli flagships? They tend to be like the Suli, almost all Sulis will have a BMM of some kind. Yeah. Or a Hurston employee. That's true. Yeah. That's what owning a BMM is. SO Suli. Yeah, kind of. Most humans like to keep their internal organs eternal. Yeah, a full life with a Banu sounds pretty stressful because you have to constantly be aware of what's going on. There are also people who are captured by Banu pirates, sold as indentured servants to pay off their hostage payment. Yeah. But like I said, most of those people, I have never seen an account where those people were negative about their experience with the Banu. I'm not saying slavery is good. I'm just saying the Banu concept of slavery doesn't exist. Like, to them, that's just how life is. selling yourself in your services is exactly what you do. And if someone would say, well, that's slavery, a Banu would turn around and say, you sell yourself for your boss every day if you get a job or a contract. And it's like what the concept of human love is simply selling yourself to somebody else. You do it too. You just don't call it, you just don't use contracts. You just do it more like unofficially. You dance around it, but we're not that different. Didn't Chris Roberts say years ago there would be no sex, slavery, or drugs in the game? There was going to be no sexual like scenes in Squadron 42, but drugs are already in the game. As somebody who has sold many of them in game, they exist. And slavery was always part of it. I mean, we know slavery is actually in one of the side missions of Squadron 42. The big thing was the thing that CIG has always said about like sex, drugs, and rock and roll in Star Citizen was that their goal wasn't to create a game around those topics, but because life exists and those topics are part of life, they weren't going to shy away from it, but they weren't going to fetishize it either, you know? So the idea of like, they're not going to do strip clubs because they feel like that would probably fetishize it too much. They're not going to try to fetishize slavery and be like, slavery, fun time. Like, it's going to not be shown in a flattering light. It's just the Banu are a completely alien race, so they're going to look to humans like heartless bastards while smiling at you. Because they kind of are, but it's because they don't understand. They do understand, but they don't really buy into human terms of, like, human terms of morality. Hey, I don't know if I remember if you were talking to you the other week about being disillusioned with the project these days and took your advice. I didn't sell all of the account. I just sold most of it, so I feel a lot better about it now. Thanks. No problem, man. This project is not worth anyone's mental health. If you're not having fun with it, don't do it. Like, speaking of sex, drugs, and rock and roll, we need radio stations. We do. I want to hear some the Imperators band, or or yes, they're pretty cool. I want to hear S-pop. Banu do not have a centralized police force. You either have to pay for protection, bounty hunter services yourself, or be armed yourself. Yes. But Banu do have the Protectorate. The Protectorate is what they call their loose government. And it's mostly it's more like a council that they use to sort of deal with people, with the civilizations outside of Banu society. So like, humans generally are protected under the Protectorate. If you're going to go visit a Banu planet on your own, the Protectorate is mostly going to protect you in the sense that every Banu knows that unless you are somehow known as part of an SO Suli, part of a Banu Suli, don't fuck with them. But not all Banu necessarily agree with the Protectorate, and not all of them sign on to the Protectorate. So you can still get, like, sold into slavery. Yeah. I wouldn't imagine the Banu not having art in music. They are craftsmen at their core. Artisans. That is, they love the fine things. They love to see well done stuff. Like, the goal of every Banu is to become very good at what you do. No matter what it is, very good. To the point where they love sports because humans introduced sports to them. They love sports not because they want to be good at sports, but they love the concept of two very trained, well-equipped, well-practiced opponents battling each other for supremacy. They love seeing it. They're there because for the love of the game, literally. So they'll cheer for both sides. If one side scores, they'll like a point, they'll scream like yeah, and if another scores, it's like yeah, because they're just there to have a good time, man. They're not really cruel people. Very hedonistic. I mean, hedonism maybe. They're complicated people, and of course, a Banu is not the same across the entirety of the Banu. They're not like a monoculture in that way. Banu are all sorts of different personalities and stuff like that, but their culture is pretty uniform in terms of generally what they expect. Well equipped, you say? Yeah. They collect shinies or rare artifacts like a dragon, showing them off to display their mercantile talents and connections. Hence why the first Banu we're going to have in the game is called the Collector. Because they're in human space, giving humans missions, and they like to collect things. I'm just going to say Wicklow, who's the Collector, that's the name of the Banu. They're probably incredibly powerful. Like, unimaginably powerful. Because they're just sort of asking you to do errands for them. It's like, don't fuck with them. They're gonna fucking murder you. I can see Banu as test pilots for racing craft. Banu pilots are really good. They're exceptional pilots in the Banu because they do it for the love of the game. It's also because they get paid for it, but you know. And the thing that's interesting about the Banu is that even their approach to combat is different from every other species, because the Banu's approach to combat is that combat is a losing game. If you start firing on something, damage is going to be done, and that damage is going to require replacement. So you either end the fight quickly, or you fight in a way that draws the enemy away from your most important valuables. So that's the reason why the Banu Defender is called the Defender, because it's not really an attack craft as much as it's designed to survive big hits, either immediately destroy the enemy or drag the enemy away from your convoy. From your merchantman or wherever you're trying to protect, to try to drag them away and then disengage and flee rather than stay and fight. It's less about winning and more about reducing damage as much as possible. They would love the videos of people doing menial tasks incredibly well. That's who Banu-ish YouTube genre. Yeah, that's definitely that kind of, yeah, that sort of thing. Preserving assets, yeah. And like, their fellow members of Asuli are an asset. That's the reason why when you sign up for Asuli, they are ride or die, because at that point, they're like, you have some sort of skill that's valuable to me and valuable to the Asuli. Anyone that threatens you is threatening me and my livelihood. Life is transactional for a Banu in the most basics of sense, which is why they're just so fun to be around. That's why they're my favorite species in the Star Citizen universe. When you have species like the Tavaran, who are tragic warriors who are seeking redemption, or the Vandul, these sorts of hyper-violent, constantly seeking the thrill of combat and like a hyper-violent meritocracy, and the clandestine but powerful Xi'an. And then you got the Banu. Like, all these other ones have some sort of ulterior motive, or there's some sort of, concept of like violence running their lives in one way or the other, different types of violence. The Banu's, like, violence is just contracts. It's as benign as possible. A Banu war would be between two Esso Sulis trying to outwit each other with a more convoluted contract. Oh yeah, and Radar Echo is pointing that out too. They absolutely do not give a fuck about anything that's old. To the Banu, the most important thing is the latest and greatest. So as a result, they don't keep history. When you ask a Banu, why do they do something? They go, because we do it. Or because that's how it's done. Or because that's the most efficient way. For instance, Luminalia. Luminalia is actually a Banu holiday that humans have adopted. And it's about burning a lamp which lasts for a certain number of beats. Their time frame is measured in beats. And when a reporter went around to try to figure out why it's that many beats, the Banu would respond with, because that's how much the lamp holds. And they'd be like, no, but like, why does the lamp hold that much? Because that's the size of the lamp. Like, then looking at the human like, are you stupid? I mean, that's the reason why it burns that long. How can science and tech improve without recording history? They keep records, don't get me wrong, but they only keep records of the most modern, up-to-date things. So, like, they might have a prototype of something new. That doesn't mean they get rid of the old stuff. But once that prototype is good for mass production and is better than their old thrusters, then they throw the old schematics away and only focus on that new thruster. The schematics for that new thruster are still there, and they still have all of the legacy of the science that built that up in the first place. They just don't bother keeping records of what happened before that. Yeah, and they also just borrow, beg, steal, or trade for every other tech. A lamp half full kind of species. Howdy, Paul. I'm cautiously hopeful about the monthly report. It finally sounds like they're trying to make a game out of this shit. Yeah. A Banu War would be like a really dry courtroom negotiation. Not even courtroom. It would be a boardroom negotiation. Why do you do that? Because that's the contract. Yeah. I feel like the Banu would also, if pushed to attack as hard as possible and end it as quick as possible. Yeah, no. That's why they have size 8s on those. So someone said size 8s on that Banu merchantman. Because it's like, you fuck around, you're going to find out. And if they can't kill you in a couple of hits, they're going to run the fuck away. Here are antibiotics, but we don't care we don't care who are able to make it. Yeah. Then they're just not that deep. Exactly. All right, I've already been streaming for an hour, and I said I was going to go over. It was basically do everything. That's the big one. That's the big one. Is the leak about 4.1. I'm going to go over a couple more just so you can get the idea. But that was the really big one that picked out, obviously, because I'm a lore guy and I've been waiting for shit like this for a while. So you can't disable clouds, volumetric clouds in 4.1. It's now on no matter what. The Idris has a missile room. There's additional orbital laser platforms orbiting Stanton 1B and 2B, so the two moons.
Take away my
you can't loot anymore, which we'll talk about that in here.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
G Sharp just resubscribed for 72 months.
Woof.
Cheers, baby.
72 years, 72 months, 76 months, 6 years. Fuck, man. Thank you, G Sharp. You're a very important public, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking that. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Besides, if we really need it, the humans will save a copy. They always have a copy, kinda, yeah. But humans have absolutely tried to figure out how old the Banu are and where they're headquartered, like where they're from and all that kind of stuff. And it just confuses the shit out of the Banu. Like, a human archaeologist would be like, all right, so where is this relic, this ancient stone artifice that exists on this planet? Did you build it? Banu would just be like, oh. Well, how long has it been here? As long as I'm alive. How about previous generations? No one asked. Can we look at it? You want to look at an old stone thing? I can go for it. I don't give a shit. Fucking weird human. Why do you want to look at stone? Stone's not modern. That shit's old. Who gives a shit about the old shit? The only reason why it's still here is because we just don't have a use for it. So yeah, we're gonna go over the we're gonna go over the changes in how gear comes back, the gear return systems. We've got Pyro 5A Lamia OLP, which is a orbital laser platform owned by Hathor. You've got Pharaoh Data Center around Pyro 4, which is Hathor was in Pyro? That's interesting. ASD Science Facilities. Pyro and Facilities has Phoenix Transport Hub Alpha, Phoenix Transport Hub Bravo Charlie, Lazarus Alpha Bravo Charlie. ASD. I don't know what ASD is. There's Lamia OLP, Lamia PAF. Maybe they're all, because the ones I'm looking at here are all in like Stanton, so they're probably, Lamia probably stands for, it's probably a thing for, yes, that's definitely Hathor. Then there's the Wikello Emporium Dasi Station, Cello Station. So that's in Hurston, Yella, and Microtech, and Kinga Station. That's the Banu we were talking about. Volt weapons have been added. There's a new armor set. You need a top-line protection enhanced with bleeding-edge technology. Look no further than armor set. Developed by the award-winning engineers at Quintarius Tech, the suit is fully enclosed to protect its wearer against hazardous environments. It's a new hazardous environment suit. Oh, there's a painting of a constellation you can now get. Then there's the High Point Wilderness Specialists, which are the new hunters. The Hathor Station and bases, which are... no idea where they are. There's Foxwell Red, the Foxwell Station. Foxwell are retired police officers in the low Corel system. Foxwell Enforcement provides low-cost security consultancy. for those who need it most. The company hoped that this altruism would lead to financial reward, but instead they've been forced to cut corners and loosen hiring practices to survive. Many companies still hire Foxwell because they're affordable, but their low wages make it hard to retain skilled security contractors. So they're low rent-a-cops. There's now anti-bombing runs. I'm honestly surprised that the rocks / orbiting lasers / missile batteries aren't a big rap deal. Rap deal? What do you mean rap deal? Guns and glue. Associated Science and Development. Right, they're the ones who make the weapons that knock out ships, right? The neutron weapons and such. ASD. They make the tuning fork weapons. I mean, the tuning fork weapon. It's like the claw weapon. It's like pew 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 pew. That's all the weapons. But you know, oh Paul, you know what I'm talking about. The one that's like the 3-pronged like spitty fork. More information on the bombing runs. It's anti-bombing run. A hostile faction had sent ships to destroy critical infrastructure at a mission, intercept and clear all attacking craft whilst protecting the mark access. It's a defend mission, but you're preventing the location from being bombed. Distortion weapons, thank you. There's also more defend items, that kind of stuff. So realistically speaking, given how often things change, people get pissed and disappointed, etc. Why does anyone actually care about a leak? Because people like the idea of forbidden knowledge. Don't ask me, ask the 93 people who are in the chat. I'm sorry, 93 in Twitch and 78 on YouTube. These aren't really leaks per se, because anyone who plays Evocati can tell you about these events. They just can't show it to you yet. Because Evocati are no longer bound to not talk about specific topics. They can talk about what they see in Evocati. They just can't show you what they see. .1? I say it's 4.1 because like leaks, because it's like leaks, but no, this is all stuff that's in the Evocati build of 4.1. Any Evocati who plays it can talk about it. And based off of what I've seen, I don't think much of this is likely going to change unless something significantly doesn't work. Most of it seems like it's fine. Yeah, Banu Mission Giver is the big one, in my opinion. But the whole Hathor group stuff. There's a bunch of new locations. Several new factions. Pyro has new locations too, so. Elite would be the redacted location from previous patch notes. We already know what that is. That's in 4.1. No. The Hathor station? Human Grub Hub, yeah. Wasn't the Banu dialogue mentioning a ship reward, or did I misread the leaks? I think there was something like that, yeah. Who are the new factions? So Foxwell Security is one of them. Or Foxwell Enforcement is what they're called. High Point Wilderness Specialists. So Foxwell has a whole new mission chain. They're kind of like the missions with the Arlington mission, where like you do each mission, they lead to a different part of the story. They have their own sort of section missions where they're specifically dealing with the old Hathor stations and Hathor facilities that are left around Stanton that you have to kind of clear out. And then you've got High Point Wilderness Specialists, who are actually a conservation group. They're a bunch of woodsmen, outdoors people, hunters whose sole original purpose was to clear out invasive species. So they would go into locations with lots of invasive species and just hunt them to extinction so that they could balance the local ecosystems. And since then, they've also began to just deal with like species that are native or are supposed to be there, but are just too excessive or threatening human habitation. So they're basically kind of like for-profit park rangers. So they're the ones who give you go hunt Copian missions. And then there's, of course, and Rayari has a new mission faction. They're not new. They've been in the game for a while, but the faction, you have now faction rep and missions you can do for Rayari. And then there's Wikello Emporium, which is a Banu mission giver who has their own missions that they give you as well. Gotta love Rayari. Apparently, their missions aren't very fun right now. It's just fetch missions. It's mission giver. It's like, go fetch this and do these things. But for those of you who don't know, the Rayari Corporation is biogenetics or bioengineered engineering, both plants and animals. They created the Boreal Stalker. T's Valakar mission giver. Almost certainly those are the Valakar mission givers. Nope, Wikello is in Stanton. Wikello has 3 stations in Stanton. They're kind of like the Rabs in Pyro. It's clear they use that sort of as the basis. So Umbrella Corp? Yeah, kind of. No, Ben Mendelsohn's character is a... Oh, I always blank on the name. They're the mining company in Star Citizen. That's what I mean. Wikello must be absolutely filthy fucking rich to have 3 different asteroid bases in Stanton. And have some connections to be around Hurston and ArcCorp or Microtech. Like, don't fuck with Wikello. Shubin, thank you. Yeah, Shubin Mining. What do you get when you mix a chicken with a cow, Rayari? You think too small, my friend. Fun fact, the people who founded Rayari are also the reason why we had the anti-Mezzo revolution. Quick little lore dump. The three people who founded Rayari were part of a team that was specifically investigating a new species that was discovered, that was in the sort of Stone Age level of technology that the UEE was at first very interested in uplifting as a group. They wanted to analyze them, study them, see who they were, how their culture functioned before making first contact, and figuring out how to uplift this species. And then Linton Mezzer got bored and decided he was going to terraform the whole planet and turn it into beachfront property for his best buds. And when the project manager got pissed at Linton and filed a formal complaint, that project manager disappeared, black-bagged into a prison. So the three members who would form Rayari just so happened, well, it's not fully proven, but it's heavily implied they were the ones who recorded the terraformation process that was literally choking the, because it was changing the atmospheric composition. So it literally was causing the native inhabitants to choke to death. So they recorded the whole genocide because they had cameras set up to watch the whole species, interacting with each other. So yeah, they got up close and personal images of this genocide and then leaked it to the resistance, who then, the rebellion, basically, the anti-Mezzo rebels, who then we know as the Tide, and then they broadcasted that all over the UEE. They only did that because they black-bagged their leader and because they were obsessed with this species. So after the rebellion, after the revolution, they founded Rayari to try to effectively bring back the species. So they're a huge proponent of trying to bring back and restore the planet that they fucked. But they also got into a lot of other not so legal shit. So wait, hold on. I know there are. I have to know. Are there furries in Star Citizen? Not like the Devarn kind of look like birds, but anyone can change their appearance to whoever they want. Kind. No. But I wouldn't doubt that CIG might go down that route. But I don't think CIG will, partially because that would require changing in body structures and stuff like that, and they would have to write some sort of lore behind that process and how that would function, the societal rift that would cause, that kind of thing. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. But basically, I think realistically, if humans had the ability to change their makeup, there are enough people who would just give themselves weird shit for the sake of it. Tails, ears, different eyes, feathers, because humans are fascinated by that shit and have always been throughout all of our history. And whenever I see a science fiction universe where we have mastered genetic engineering, we've made perfect humans, and it's you've made perfect humans and not a shit ton of furries, this is the most unbelievable thing about this universe. I mean, there are going to be cybernetic augmentations for humans, so why wouldn't there be the opposite? bio stuff. Yeah, there are custom suits with some of that stuff, yeah. Do you think they would let players be aliens? Yes, 100%. They would 100% let players play as the Banu, the Xi'an, or the Tevarin. I don't think they'll let you play as the Vandal, though. Wing Commander Kilrathi? Yeah. Catgirls. Every successful, long-running sci-fi universe has catgirls in it, canonically. Remember that, CIG. Even Wing Commander technically has catgirls. Star Trek does have cat people. Have you not seen Lower Decks? Catchians. They were introduced in the original animated series, Star Trek the Animated Series. And so they brought them back when they did the new animated series. I think they were in a couple of the live action, right? Here's some stuff. Also the Lyrians, yeah. I'm sure they're cat people. I know they're cat people in Star Wars. There's the classic Star Trek cat race. Yeah, and they brought them back for Lower Decks. The Doctor in Lower Decks is a Catian. Star Wars says E.T. in it. Yeah, that's true. I'm sure if you look at the extended universe, Raven, there's probably a cat race species of some kind, a feline species of some kind. But the BattleTech universe, the joke is the Canopus cat girls, and of course there's the Felinids in Warhammer 40k who are actually abhumans. They actually serve the Emperor of Mankind. The Cathar, okay. I'm sure Farscape did. You know, fully support furries being furries, they just still squick me. I am not thinking of this in terms of the EU factor of furries. I'm thinking of this in the factor of every major MMO goes down this route at some point. Everyone.
Genesis?
Were the cat dancers in the same location as Genesis scene? Yeah, probably. And listen, it's not stupid. Yeah, you got to make the payroll somehow. If you've been around the internet long enough, you should understand how wealthy furries are. They are incredibly rich. Ridiculously rich. They're not a bad crowd to pander to in any way, shape, or form. What I miss? No, we're actually going to go over that here in a moment. I'm not going to whinge about it too much. I mean, CIG is putting fishing in, right? So clearly they're invested in making a proper MMO, yeah. Tell us about this EU factor. Not EU, but the EU. EWW. Yeah. I don't want to have to go into it because anyone on the internet can see the EU factor. It takes a certain type of dedicated person to build themselves an animatronic furred suit and then walk around all day in it and or fetishize it. I'm not judging. People do cosplay all the time, which isn't that much different and some can cost almost as much. I'm just saying that squigs some people out. EU is 100% furries and Star Citizen confirmed. Is there a lore reason about how med beds are the intro crafting station? That's like 2% of all furries. Yeah, but Mark, you got to remember that everyone's perception of any group is based off of their worst members. Then I'm not. The old joke is furries spend a lot of money on hobbies, and if they have that much money to spend on hobbies, they've got plenty of money to hire somebody to hunt me down and kill me. And sometimes they wouldn't even need to do that. They also have the technical skills because they run the fucking internet. If Fur Convention was bombed, most of Amazon would stop functioning. AWS would crash in moments. Google would cease to be a thing. Apple would just implode. The US government would turn inside out. Probably most of the world's intelligence agencies and weapons manufacturings would be crippled. So I am not here to make an enemy of furries. Y'all are welcome here. Please don't murder me in my sleep. Not gonna lie, there was a big hack that happened on a big furry website. They had the guy that did it doxed in 3 hours. I don't quote Thor much, but yeah, if furries can afford a $2,000 fursuit, they can afford a $20 pipe bomb in my mailbox. As a member of the Alphabet Mafia, I can also say there are two groups that, if they were somehow removed from existence in some way, shape, or form, would cripple the entirety of the world's technological society, the entire technological society. It's furries and us and the queers, us queers. The Alphabet Mafia is surprisingly prevalent in weapons manufacturing. Like Lockheed would and General Dynamics would probably fold in on themselves without the access to those two. That's not a Thor quote? I thought it was. And there's also a lot of crossover between furries and the Alphabet Mafia. Furry, yeah, Iris, I was saying, Iris calls, yeah, furries and Alphabet Mafia, be like repeating yourself? Yeah, they're often the same group. The pipe bomb code, I believe, came from an old Arbiter in the Chief videos back in the day. That's a good one, yeah. Thor has said that quite notably, but it's entirely possible he didn't coin it himself. That's what I first heard from it. But yeah, if Satine's saying it's from an old Arby in the Chief video, I believe him. All right, enough of that discussion. Let's get to the spice. The thing that everyone has, the thing that makes everybody mad right now. I mean, theater would not exist either. It's like most television movies, a lot of the, like most comic books, like animated stuff, period, around the planet, gone. All right. Whew. Let's do this. I'm going to use the restroom real quickly. When I come back, we'll do this. I get some water as well.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Turn it off.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Long live Ricky Horror Show live shows. Hey, listen. I think that's an appropriate spelling of Rocky Horror Picture Show. Anyone who gets mad at you for misspelling Rocky as Ricky, it's probably like, no, that's c'est bon. What's the term? Let the good times roll? Because it is Mardi Gras, right? La bon ton roulé. Le bon ton roulé. Because it's also, it's not French, it's Cajun, but it's like something like that, you know. The intent was pure. To err is to human, to forgive is for divine. I started going to a Rocky Horror Picture Show when I was in high school. Wait, am I on crack? No, that's entirely true. My dad grew up in that, like, you know, Cajun boy territory. He grew up in Louisiana, and so he actually went to Boys State in Louisiana and ran for public office against a guy. In that Boys State, he said he had this big speech about what he was going to do and everything else he was going to do. And he sat down. For those who don't know what Boys State is, it's sort of like Model UN, only it's usually done for the entire state. And it's where, like, the highest achieving academic, very political business, the people in law, like the students who are really interested in that sort of thing in high school, they all get together and they create a kind of mini nation. Boys State and Girls State, they're kind of separated. And so they have like presidents, Congress people, they have all these different people, and you have to get elected to those positions. But that's from, you know, you have like 2 or 3 people from every high school in America, in the state. So it's a ton of people you don't know that you have to get to know pretty quick. And he went to Boys State in Louisiana, and in Boys State, he ran for like treasurer, I think. And he made this big speech about what he wanted to do, and his opponent was named Wayne Boudreaux. He stood up and said, "My name's Wayne Boudreaux. I like baseball, feetball, and eat crawfish. Vote for me." Shortest speech ever, sat down, and he won in a landslide. As my dad said, that was the day I learned to shut up. People don't like it when you talk too much. Sometimes just shut up and tell people what they want. Creole, baby. I've never heard somebody with a Cajun Creole accent who's ever not sounded sexy. I think it is physically impossible to not sound attractive in that accent. You'd have to have like some atrociously high or low voice, and just an atrociously high voice with that accent. Or maybe if you're speaking too fast, but like I've never met a Cajun who spoke like a motorboat. I'm sure my spelling is wrong because I've only ever said it. As New Orleans native, it's Le Bon Ton Roulé. Okay, yeah. The dude from Waterboy? No. Gambit sounds great. Gambit sounds sexy as fuck. I don't know what you're talking about. You may not understand a fucking word that Gambit is saying, but I'd take my pants off. Green Mile guy isn't Cajun. He's deep South Southern. Yeah, there's a little difference between Cajun and deep South. Cajun and Creole is very French. And I think there's some slight differences between Cajun and Creole. You ever watch that show Swamp People about the alligator hunters? Those are real Cajuns. Yeah, my dad grew up in Louisiana, and he talked about there was a gator that lived in the swamp next to his house, and he didn't really bother the gator. Gator didn't bother anybody. He's just there. You just didn't let your pets go near the swamp. That's all. Swamp puppies are fine. Just let them be. And it was, I think the way my dad said it was somebody who got the gator when they were young, and they were like they raised the gator, and then they got too big, so they threw it out into the swamp, and so they just sort of hung out there. Louisiana, yes. I am not from Louisiana myself, but my dad used to talk. My dad would switch when he talks about Louisiana. He had the code switch in his brain, because the second it got to talk about, he was at Louisiana, from New Orleans, Louisiana. Went to New Orleans all the time. I loved myself a po' boy. It was like. I guess that's what the reason I don't like. Everyone's like, well, I can't understand a fucking word Cajun, the Gambit is saying. I could understand everything. Yes, Nolans, not New Orleans or anything like that. It's Nolans, and it's Louisiana or Lausanne, depends on where you want to emphasize it. But it's not Louisiana. The examples are Rogue is Southern. Where Louisiana Southern, whereas Gambit was Cajun. Yeah. Stop making me hungry. Go get yourself a po' boy or some shrimp, or some crayfish, crawfish. It's always fun to hear these accents, because I grew up in San Francisco, and you can always tell somebody wasn't from San Francisco because they referred to the city. If you're in the San Francisco area, you don't call it San Francisco, you call it the city. It's the city. It's kind of like, I think, the same thing in Chicago. Like, if you grew up in Chicago, Chicago proper is the city. You know, like they're different. I think Seattle's the same way. There's a couple of different cities when you talk about cities. When you talk about the city, you're talking about that, you know. But it's always, if anybody calls it fucking Frisco, it's like, you're not from around here, are you? No one in San Francisco calls it Frisco. It's pronounced the city. Yeah. Chicago is Chi-Town. If I remember correctly, is it Journey? Yeah. You know, when the song "When the Lights Go Down in the City," that is, they're talking about San Francisco. It's Chi-Town. Thank you very much. Or Chi-Town. Hey, a local boy. I grew up in the East Bay, so like, I have a weird history. We're gonna get to this, but I'm gonna be a little bit. I grew up in the East Bay, Berkeley, Oakland, Richmond, El Cerrito, that area, and my parents worked. My mom worked in the city in marketing consultant, and my dad owned a restaurant chain, which I'm not going to talk about because you'd be able to identify me instantly. It was a pretty famous location when he ran it, and then he eventually went bankrupt and had to sell it, that kind of stuff. But both my parents are from the South. Like, my mom is from Texas, went to Stephen F. Austin University. My dad is from Louisiana. My dad's mom is from Texas. Most of my family is either from Virginia or from North Carolina originally, or Tennessee. You know, I went Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and then the war threw everyone everywhere. So both my parents were raised in the South. I was raised in California, but I was raised to Southern parents. And one of the things that always drive my dad crazy was when my dad would ask my mom where something was, she would do the most Texan thing imaginable and say, "Yonder." She wouldn't gesture. She would just say, "Yonder." She might do a little head tilt or an eye word. And my dad would be like, "Where's yonder?" And my mom would be like, "Yonder." And just like look at him like he's stupid. And then my dad would turn to me and be like, "Paul, where's yonder?" And I just go and pick it up. I'm like, "It's right here." He's like, "How did you know what she says?" Like, "How do you not know? You've been married to this woman longer than I've been alive. How do I know where yonder is and you don't?" As an Arkansan, I'm going to keep watching this Texas-based nonsense, but I'm going to keep it a secret. I'm not going to say anything about Arkansas, except for your roads are an eldritch abomination that eat things. I have never been through Arkansas at any time where the roads were not cluttered with road debris. So I believe that the roads of Arkansas are actually a Lovecraftian monster that the people of Arkansas keep fed in order to appease this eldritch god that does not destroy the entire world. You cannot correct me otherwise. I have driven through that too many times. We feed our roads with strangers. Are you saying Arkansas roads are sentient? Yes. I don't live that far from Arkansas. You're not wrong, G. Yeah. My sanity meter is very low constantly. I have watched a little bit, but I've watched it in pieces. It's pretty good. I'm gonna watch it with the whole stream, like not today, but probably Saturday. Yeah. It's only an hour, even though the recording is like 3 hours. There's the rest of it is just black. I think they just forgot to hit. There's either a recording error or they forgot to hit stop. Thank you, Burvey. I'm assuming you like my Astro Historian videos. Because I don't usually show my face on the Astro Historian. And most people who come in and say, "I love your videos," go, "Oh, you're the Astro Historian." It's like, yeah, you can tell that from my voice, huh? welcome. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Hold on. Forgot to unmute that.
Bowie_ just got a sub from Eerie Tide. Eerie Tide gifted a tier 1 sub to Bowie_.
Thank you so much.
Given 99 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much for gifting that sub there. We're both very important puppers, very impressive puppers, very new pedestrians. Yo, rock, shots and cheers in chat. Yo, shots and cheers. Yeah, I actually stream. I've been trying to talk about it more. I stream on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays. I do a lot of gaming streams. I don't do a lot of cross promotion because I don't always just stick to Star Citizen or lore stuff. Though what you did miss, Burvy, is that we talked a lot about the Banu that's coming in with 4.1, the Banu mission giver, which means that I'm going to have to do, finally, a fucking Banu video. A full video on just the Banu culture, who they are, how they function, every little bit of information we have on them, what a Suli is, all that sort of things before 4.1 comes out. I've done videos on the Banu. Y'all know I have. It's usually tied in with like the First Contact or with another, like when I'm talking about other alien species like the Xi'an and stuff like that, or just sort of like general. I'm excited about the possibility of an RSI salvage ship. Oh yeah, I'm glad that RSI is getting. Because the RSI in fiction is everything and everywhere, and they're the oldest spaceship manufacturer, I personally believe that there should be consistently every type of ship should exist under the RSI brand.
Daddy_Sig just got a sub from Eerie Tide. Eerie Tide gifted a tier 1 sub to Daddy_Sig. They have given 100 gift subs in the channel. Thank
you so much for gifting your 100th gift sub to Daddy. You're both very important puppers, very impressive business, very new pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Yo, shots and cheers. Oh, tables work on Connie's now. They have since 4.0. Hyper.
Take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
I love it because it's a subtle way to introduce commentaries about your boss. CIG has the ability to do some fucked up shit about Chris Roberts.
Victura just resubscribed for 55 months.
55 months.
By Star Citizen's backers, the Aegis Redeemer is a powerful fighting ship capable of holding its own in combat with a powerful weapons payload. Dotted with turrets and missiles, the Redeemer also doubles as an armored landing craft capable of delivering armored soldiers for first-person combat.
It's also a flying trash can that I will never forgive. Thank you so much for that 55 months, Victoria. You're very important, but we're very impressive. Very new pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Yell shots and cheers. Since we've got a newbie in the chat who probably hasn't heard this, I hate the Redeemer. I despise the Redeemer. There's a lot of reasons why, but one of the big problems I have with the Redeemer is that it's designed by committee, and as a result, it doesn't really meet anyone's specifications properly. So I have never made it a secret as to that I hate this thing. As a result, CIG decided it would be a funny joke to give me a unmeltable, unupgradable, ungiftable, unmeltable. Did I say unmeltable twice? Giftable. I basically have a permanent Redeemer in my account. It has LTI, so I can never just let it expire and never get it again. It's just there. Is it named? It's not named. It's not named, but the package is named Paul's most favorite ship. When naming comes in, they're gonna find a way to call it that. It's gonna be in the fucking title. They're gonna find a way to do it. I actually went to CitizenCon 2023 and met the designer or the person in charge of creating the Redeemer after it was designed by the players. Got a picture with him and the person who gave it to me, who's in chat right here, C Daddy. Got a picture of both of them together and then explained to them that I was very that I explained to them exactly how I hate that ship to a degree and explained the whole situation. He listened to me and then turned to C Daddy and said, you know, something to the effect of like, and you didn't force the name or something like that. It's like, how can we do this to make this worse for Paul? Paul's very most favorite ship. Thank you. You want to come to the Bar Citizen I'm going to? The one that's in Vegas? Yeah, the problem I have with it is that it has self-contradictory lore. It's designed like garbage. There's so many problems with that damn thing. Yeah, buy you a ticket? $75, sure. I'll get it to you at some point. I just can't get you a plane ticket. Ooh. Radar, it's not too good. It's in fact been nerfed, which makes me even madder. Like if the ship was good, I would be like, yeah, it's all right. But like everything about it is so poorly built. And it's because of its initial implementation. I think if CIG made the right corrections in the right way to make it fast as fuck or maneuverable as fuck, and it made the engines matter, the weird looking engines matter, and gave it some decent reason to why it exists, I would have less problems with it. Everyone's going to be a happy chappy about the Kruger ship. Oh, you know it. So did you laugh when they nerfed it? No, I was pissed that they nerfed it. Because, like, now more people hate it. Now I'm not a special snowflake anymore. Yeah, the interior is ass backwards. There's so many problems with it. Like, it's a running meme that I hate that ship. So whenever it comes up, I call it a burning trash can, because it is a garbage can. Yeah, the Kruger ship's really good. All right, so let's get the spice going, y'all. We're gonna look at the item recovery. I'm gonna do what's called the capsule. So I'm gonna chat will be up, and I'll refer to you, throughout if I can. But generally, I'm not gonna refer to chat because this is designed for me to record for YouTube, so that it goes on the AstroPub YouTube channel, that kind of stuff. CJ, thank you so much for becoming a member. All right. This is going to be spicy, but I'm not going to be spicy at all for this. I don't know why everyone thinks I'm going to be spicy about this. I don't hate it, but whew. All right. Hello and welcome to an office hours. Capsule. That's right. Capsule. Trying to do something with an item. This is a small section of my office hours live stream that I do live on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPub live on Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Come join us live, come join chat live, where we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. It has been a big week for Star Citizen news, so I'm going to tackle this topic because it's one that's pretty prevalent, but there's going to be a couple more videos coming out over the next couple of days about all the different new stuff that's coming out for Star Citizen. So without any further ado, let's talk about the newest update for Alpha 4.1, the first look at item recovery. So, here we have item recovery. This is a post by Xylo on Spectrum, posted on March 4th, so 2 days ago. Hello, everyone. As we prepare for the Evocati test phase of our upcoming Alpha 4.1 patch, we'd like to introduce the iterative release of our item recovery, a long-awaited system that gives players more control over reclaiming their valuable gear after death. At CitizenCon 2954, we shared our long-term design for crafting, insurance, and item/ship recovery. If you need a refresher on both, his presentations are available on YouTube and a helpful watch before diving into this post. Today, we want to provide a more detailed breakdown of some of the iterative release that will start with bringing these plans to life. The initial T0 rollout will be fairly basic compared to the full system, but it marks a crucial first step. As we shared in CitizenCon, the complete item recovery system will be far more robust and nuanced, making gear management a core gameplay element. You'll be able to secure the items that matter most while still allowing room for piracy and emergent gameplay. First step, Tier 0 implementation. With the initial rollout of item recovery in Alpha 4.1, internally referred to as T0, you will respawn with the exact gear you had equipped at the time of death. Emphasis on the term equipped, as this is different than what you may have in your inventory. This includes equipped weapons, armor, magazines, and med pens, ensuring that your core loadout is retained. However, items stored in your inventory, such as your backpack or other containers, will remain on your corpse, making them available for looting or retrieval. So, there was some confusion. This doesn't mean you lose your backpack. It just means that anything you have in your inventory is no longer returned to you. It's just what you have equipped on your person. So your backpack will come back with you, but nothing will be in the backpack. While equipped items also remain on your corpse too, they will not be interactable, preventing item duplication while still preserving the visual state of your character at the time of death. This approach helps mitigate item duplication issues in the initial implementation while laying the groundwork for future expansions of the system in T1 and T2, which you can read more about below. Important notes. Item storage in your inventory, example items in your backpack, will not be protected and will remain on your corpse upon death, available to be looted, stolen by other players, or retrieved by you. Items such as magazines and med pens that you have equipped can still be looted from your corpse. However, you will also respawn with these items. As duplication concerns for these types of consumables are less concerning at this stage. So your weapons or your ammo and your medical pens, your med pens will be lootable. Tier 0 item recovery applies to all forms of respawning, whether in a med bed or in a ship at your assigned landing zone. To ensure that your weapon is in active use is secured as an equipped item, it will automatically be stowed on your holster upon death. If you die within a landing zone, you will respawn with both your equipment and your gear, your inventory, example belonging to your backpack. This is to help avoid you losing items of any kind should death be outside your control happen. With Tier 0, you will respawn with your previously equipped gear already attached to your character. Okay. There is some problems here immediately because people could still use this as a means of duplicating. So all you have to do is to go to your hangar, off yourself, or have someone off you, and then respawn with all of the stuff you have, then go back to your corpse and then loot everything you already had. Because it's still there and it is inlootable, like all of the items will be. So unless the corpse disappears around those locations, it's still going to have item clips, item dupes. Note, used mags do not save your ammo slots, so only unused ammo comes back. Okay. Scenario example. While exploring, you loot a rifle and store it on your backpack. If you die, that rifle will remain on your corpse, available for others to loot or for you to revisit the corpse and retrieve. However, the original rifle you had equipped on your character in hand or holstered at the time of death will be secured and respawn with you. Okay, wait. What? That seems like it just contradicted. While exploring, you loot a rifle and store it in your backpack. If you die, in your backpack, okay. If you die, that rifle will remain on your corpse, available for others to loot or for you to revisit and recorpse and retrieve. However, the original rifle you had equipped to your character in hand or holstered at the time of death will be secured and respawn with you. Okay, so if it's in your backpack, yeah, that's what they're saying. I was wondering what that was going on. Looking ahead, T1 and 2. While T0 lays the groundwork and provides some assurance that your equipped items are not lost, we already have actively developing T1 and T2 implementations. These future updates will add more depth to the system, including a viable path for piracy. T1 will introduce the ability to register your gear and ships at kiosks or ASOP terminals. Important notes. Personal loadout. Players can register their equipped items, which can be reclaimed for a fee at specific kiosks or freight elevators. Ships and interiors. Ships, along with their loadouts, decorations, and locker contents, can also be registered. They can then be reclaimed in a state they were previously registered at the ASOP terminals for a price. That's how they're getting around the insurance thing. So you have to, Jesus. So any of you who've ever had to document something for insurance claims, like lost or stolen items, it's always an idea to like take a picture or video of what's in your house, so in case your house blows up, you have a record of all the stuff that was in your house so that you can show your insurance what you have. You have to do this. That's what you have to do to register your stuff, to get insurance. You have to like tell the insurance company what you have on your ship. So you only get back what you tell your insurance company every time it happens. So can we register vehicles inside other vehicles? Yes, almost certainly. Well, it's an easy solution to the problem of how do you know what you get back when you respawn? It's just, or when it comes back, is whenever it was last registered with the insurance company. Looting and quote unquote bricked items. Once an item is looted, it remains unusable until the original user reclaims it or marks it as stolen. At that point, remains usable until, and at that point, a dead man switch is activated, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. While looted and or stolen bricked item is no longer usable, you can still sell the item for credits. So you have to, the original creator, the original owner has to mark it as stolen. So they have to report the loss of their gear in order for them to get it. I'm guessing that when you order like if you go to the kiosk and say, I would like to get my stuff back, that marks the old stuff as stolen. But you can still sell it for credits. Pledge items are auto-registered and will never lose their registration status. They can always be claimed back even if they were not manually registered. With T1, you will no longer respawn with your preserved gear already equipped. You will need to visit a location such as your freight elevator to reclaim your registered items. We're developing a quality of life feature that allows you to re-equip your previous full loadout with one auto-equip function for this location. I mean, the easiest solution I could think of that was just to put all of it onto a mannequin of some kind and just have an automatic solution where you go to the mannequin and hit auto-equip and it'll just go through the process of equipping all the stuff that was on the mannequin. Oh no, my stolen leather jacket got bricked. I can no longer wear it. I would personally prefer for those items to just be disintegrated. Like the kill switch just automatically melts them. So you get like the material components, but they're just melted. Because that would be freaking cool. It'd be really funny too. Like you would know it got reclaimed because like you're wearing the gear and suddenly just like dissolves off your person and you're naked. Like, well, now you know I had stolen all of that. You could do fancy effects with that too. It'd be fun. Because that would also be sci-fi, you know? Every bit of material has an auto-destruct sequence on it. Expanded nanites. I mean, that's kind of what for those of you who don't know, the medical gun actually is like nanites. It uses nanites to be able to bypass your suit in order to deliver like the healing juice. It actually literally like carries the healing juice in their tiny little arms as they bypass your suit because they can wiggle through. Nanobots are a common trope in Star Citizen's lore, so. So a nanite capsule that eats the item in its wearer, not its wearer necessarily, but like just turns it back into its original components. So like leather just becomes leather. Leather just becomes leather and like sewing material or whatever. All the beams are nanobots. Yeah. So tier 1 doesn't, it's not bad. I get the point of it. And I understand the solution to it. This is a solution that's not just for item recovery in terms of your stuff, but this is the insurance system for your gear. This is what people have been wanting for a long time, tier 1 at least, which is being able to repurchase your items very quickly. So that way you can just auto get back your specific outfit that you like, but you still have to pay for it. I don't see that as a problem, really. Like it's a quality of life feature. We'll get back to tier 0 here in a moment, but additionally, with the implementation of tier 1, our current plan is to remove the ability to backspace out of dangerous situations as a way to retain gear. So when tier 1 of this system exists, you will no longer have the express ticket. So you'll no longer be able to return to sender. Tier 2, restoring bricked items and crafting integration. Tier 2 will introduce a way to restore previously bricked items for a price. Important note, looting and bricked items. Once an item is looted, you will have the option to sell it, dismantle it for crafting materials, or restore it, with the potential cost of crafting materials and credits to make your own. This system creates a viable path for piracy, allowing you to claim other players' belongings if you take the necessary steps to legitimize ownership. If an item had a cosmetic applied, restoring it will remove the cosmetic in the process. The introduction of item recovery is a significant step towards making gear persistence more meaningful while maintaining the risk-reward balance of looting. Tier 0 and Alpha 4.1 is just the beginning, and as we fully integrate into broader crafting and insurance systems, we'll be actively refining and updating the system to help your feedback throughout the PTU process and beyond. We'll see you in the verse. All right. Tier 1 and 2 is fine. I see what they're doing with Tier 1 and 2. I would still like the ability to to brick an item and to have that. I still like just coming up with the idea of it just dissolving. I still think it makes me happy because it would also put a timer on the person who has it. So if they really wanted to restore it, they would have to quickly take it back. So it becomes a skill thing, like a oh shit, I gotta take this. I am on a timer. I don't know when this guy is going to regen and take his stuff back. We need to go. If we want this gun, we gotta go quick. I gotta add that sort of thing. So tier 0. I know a lot of people are having issues with tier 0. There are going to be some significant problems with tier 0. The first problem with tier 0, in my opinion, is how it will work with CZs and any sort of FPS sort of fight. Because especially with CZs, it's already a problem that people can just sort of respawn. They can regen, get a bunch of stuff they've already purchased or own, and then come right back and attack you again and again and again. They can just kind of wave tactics against you and just to wear you down and kill you. Because there's no penalty for regenning. And in 4.1, there's going to be no penalty for regenning anyways. So instead of even having them to spend any money, they can just come back with a full kit. All they have to worry about is ammo, and ammo's not that expensive. So they can just continue to walk up to you with railguns that you can't loot. There's other issues as well. I don't know why a lot of people are having a major issue with this, because it's not that different from what already exists in terms of when you die within an armistice zone, you get all your stuff back. So, like, it means you can't loot gear, true. But gear isn't exactly valuable outside of mementos. I don't think you can sell it for a lot of cash or be able to, like, I know some people do legitimately use that information to, like, that sort of those gears to trade, but this is only for players, not for NPCs. So you'll still be able to kill NPCs and take their stuff, as far as I know. And I do get it that tier 0, when you see tier 0, it's like, cool, this is going to be what we're going to have to deal with for the next 10 years because CIG goes to tier 0 and then they abandon it. That is a concern. And CIG definitely needs to, with this implementation, needs to give us a timeline in tier 1. Like, what's the priority of tier 1? What's the timeline for tier 1? Because this is a significant change where they sort of call it temporary. See all the replies here. So I saw something that was interesting. Jesus, there are so many replies. There are 2,000 replies to this. They have to kick the hornet's nest with it. I'm trying to see if I can find the other replies from CIG. They're so buried. Okay, I'm not going to bother because I know generally what they said and stuff. I am going to take the controversial opinion, apparently amongst my content creator peers, and say this is a nothing burger. It'll definitely change some things, and I can see why people are upset about it. But I also don't believe this is going to change much. I have never been of the opinion that Star Citizen works as a looter shooter. I always felt like Star Citizen's loot system is poorly thought out, and that CIG's just generally bad at doing loot in a way that is meaningful and engaging, and that they need to improve that significantly, and I don't think they will. This is a solution to the problem that many people have asked for, which is, I have paid for this stuff, I want it back. And like a lot of solutions that CIG does, this is not a solution just for that one problem. I used to call these Sauron tools, one tool to rule them all and in the verse bind them. This is a solution that deals with insurance as well as the return of your good game, return of your gear, your paid gear. It's gameplay. They're trying to turn it into full gameplay loops and stuff like that. I still don't see the issue, really. And I'll probably put this up because it's a little clickbaity, but I know some people are saying this is pay to win because basically you just got to pay for the best gear and then you never lose it. So there's no risk to losing your gear because it's always there for you as long as you have it equipped. So there's no risk to the game, which I agree with. That can be a problem. But I find that such a minor part of the game. Like when I die and lose my gear, it's typically not a huge deal in the sense of like, ah, shucks, I lost the gear. I have to go buy more of it. Like it's usually not something that's so valuable that I have to, I just can't live without it. And it's not usually some gear. Like gear isn't really a thing that matters as much in Star Citizen because there's no like some overpowered weapon because let's be honest, the game gunplay kind of sucks and armor is garbage because you just wear heavy armor without any consequences. So until there's like more consequences and more stats and better understanding of those sorts of weapons and armor, things like the crafting system, this is really not that much of an issue. It's sort of just like a slight change to what we already have with returning your armor and gear. So I don't think it's really pay to win. Like, not really. Because the gear you buy in the store sucks. It's not really good. It's just gear you can find in game for cheap with an armor, with a coating, with a different like skin attached to it. But as always, I want to hear your thoughts down below. Am I being a white knight shill in this case, in this situation? Is this a big issue to you? Am I overlooking something that is super important to understand for this situation? Let me know in the comments below. And if you did enjoy this content, join us live, twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live, Thursdays, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. And if you did enjoy this video, like button, subscribe for more content, and of course, hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. Thank you for watching, and like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. One of the issues I see is pledge and subscriber gear are not cosmetics applied to gear. They're specific unbuyable items. So it goes against the crafting and player-driven economies. Well, you can actually, with tier 2, you can actually take those things and reverse engineer them, or not reverse engineer them, actually take them and then build them up. The Artemex weapons and armor pack for $60 with 5 sniper rifles is that armor looks great too. But are those? Is it worth $60 to get 5 sniper rifles? Because it's not like you're losing the looted item. Is the White Knight a Christopher Nolan reboot? I do agree with that it's going to break the balance where people are just going to run around with the best guns and weapons they can find, and then just there's no consequences to it. I don't see it as that much different than it is now because people have millions of credits because of CIG's poor balance, so they can just buy whatever they want to. I only have 15 million. No, there's a lot of, like, I get the concern. So let me give you an example of why this would be bad. If I know that I won't lose my weapons, I will just use the grenade launcher everywhere I go. I just have a grenade launcher and I can just spam grenades at somebody, either knock them down or kill them, and constantly do that. And, oh, well, you killed me. Cool. I'll just come back with my grenades and my grenade launcher and all my armor again. And a CZ, I can just do that all day. There's no consequences. There's no loss. There is no skill, and it does definitely lose it. And I think I mentioned that in the video. So it means that there's going to be a lot more focus on that sort of thing. It's going to change gameplay because there's not as much risk versus reward. The risk is much lower, but the reward is much higher to be a spamming douchebag, especially in places like Pyro where there's no consequences for being an asshole. I don't think it really ruins the loot economy because there's no loot economy, but there's definitely some issue in terms of how players handle it. That's the only thing I can think of that might be a problem, but I also don't think that's going to change that much. I'm of the controversial opinion that I don't think this matters that much. I don't see this being a huge issue. I see this as being making a mountain out of a molehill. There may be a few people who actively use this to make other people's lives miserable, but like, it's a PvP game. Like, it's a PvPvE game or whatever you want to say it. Like, there's always going to be people who are douchebags. It's always happened. How would I prefer the system work? A time limit, maybe? Well, like the way they described it is fine. I like the idea of because Iris pointed at a good point. Like, oh no, my leather jacket is bricked. I can't use it anymore. And my first thought was sparkle effects, make it melt, but like sort of just like sparkle and then just disappear off of you, and turn it into like before you. It ends up as like nice, neat materials that you can see, or like a box of materials. No PvPer kills you for your armor. They kill you because they enjoy it. Now they have the best weapons with no consequences. I understand that, Burvey, but the question is, was there any consequences before that? Not really. Like the rep system isn't in game. So all this does is sort of skips a step that people were doing anyways, which was requiring them to loot more stuff. You can't you can't exhaust your enemy of resources anymore, which kind of sucks. Like I said, the only reason we have the rep, we don't have the rep system is because the grenade spammers won't play until they once they have to face punishment. No, the reason why the rep system isn't in is because CIG doesn't know how to implement it for whatever reason. The one argument I saw used is people complaining about the respawn because they actually wanted to strategically control place, point defend, control a place point, defeat the other players, and do that without additional PvP to what they do to do what they want. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there is no consequence for someone just being a dick and spamming grenades into a group of players in a choke point at a CZ. There are plenty of places at a CZ where you can just run in and blip, 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 and then you can just regen and then do that again. As long as you have grenades and you can buy those grenades. Astro, now griefers can set a spawn to their ship and endlessly spawn over and over with their gear. you can also blow up their ship. So one of the things that I saw some of the responses was that the going to T1 would be too dangerous for them to implement it now because of the consequences. Like it would cause problems with the game. That's the reason why they're going to tier 0. And the reason why people say just skip tier 0 and go to tier 1, then they won't have item recovery. And it is one of the most requested things of the game is to have item recovery. Just because it makes it to PTU doesn't mean it'll make it to live. I think it'll probably make it to live just because, yeah. I think that's probably the best solution that I've seen some people float in chat, is just make the weapons, just remove the weapons. Yes, that does half-ass the thing because you still can't get your weapon back, your weapons from your cosmetic weapons. But unless this is a legal step that CIG has to take because they're being threatened with legal action or something like that, I don't think anyone's going to care that much about their weapons being gone. Like, there's only one weapon I care about that has any sort of cosmetic appeal to me, and I don't even have it anymore, which was the CitizenCon custodian. And it's just like, I gave that away long ago. And I think most people care about their armor more than the weapons. So if you brought back the armor, everything on the armor, but everything but the weapons, I don't think people would care that much. Yeah, no, I need my P8 AR back. Well, there we go. So no matter what, I'll tell you this, because I'm now starting to see people like, no, fuck you, I want my gun back. I think CIG is going to just do it and eat it. I'm looking at the responses too. It has 908 upvotes, ups, and then for up hands, it's got 735 thumbs up and 532 thumbs down. So it's definitely controversial, but more popular than it is unpopular, just based off of those metrics. Not much more popular, no, but I will also say this. I don't think CIG, this isn't going to be the last time CIG makes a decision like this, which is going to piss people off. The worst part is that you can't looting people. You can loot people. You can loot their backpacks and stuff like that. You just can't loot their gear from their bodies. Yeah, all the web store stuff is available in game. You can find it in loot tables and stuff like that. What would be their next tier 0 feature? I don't know. No, I get you. The CIG's in a CIG's in a no-win situation with this, and so I'm kind of confused as to why they're doing it, other than just sort of checking it off their list that said that they've done item recovery, because as they promised they'd get item recovery in August of last year, and they blew past that date. So because they had to pull back on that, now I think they feel pressured to get that done. So they have something in there so people stop complaining at them. I think it's funny to see this chat going through this chat, because like I have no dog in this fight. I don't think this is necessarily a good choice, but I don't think it's a bad choice. I think it's just a choice. And I don't see it being used that much in terms of like, I don't see how it's going to change the game that much. I don't have a dog in the fight, is what I'm trying to say. I can see what they're doing with it, but I'm also of the opinion that this kind of decision is going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of these sorts of decisions in the future where a lot of people are going to be like, but fuck you, this is ruining my experience of the game. And a lot of people being like, well, fuck you, this was my experience. I want you to suffer. That's going to happen with faction rep. Like, faction rep is going to cause a fuck ton of people who PvP to quit the game. Because I'm going to be very clear with people. CIG has not ever backed away from the idea that if you get negative rep with certain groups, you're going to be locked out of those locations. So just killing people or taking missions that have the highest payouts will have consequences down the line. Like, you're locked out of locations, you're shot on sight with other people, they send people after you to kill you, that sort of thing. I'm pretty neutral right now. I'm reserving judgment until I see closer to the final form. I guess that's another way of putting it. I think I'm with you on that one generally. For me, it's hard for me to see how this is so different from what we have now, or how much it actually is going to affect the game. I can see specifically CZs, because I've been under I've been in a situation with a group doing a CZ where we just got constantly swarmed. The same people would come back and attack us over and over and over again with new gear, just because they wanted to constantly throw themselves at us. And I think there's a solution to that, honestly, and that solution is timed entrances, where the doors open, and when they're open for 5 minutes, and then they close, and then they're closed for 15 to 20 minutes or 10 minutes. So that way, if you want to get into the CZ, you have to go when the doors open, and when they close, you're locked out until the next rotation. And just have each door on a different rotation cycle so they're not all on the same time. So this door opens in 5 minutes, and this door opens in 10 minutes, and this other door opens in 15 minutes. This will affect open world PV2, to be honest. How though? I'm interested in hearing that. I'm not being like, but you're stupid. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not meaning that, Del. I'm just saying I'm trying to understand why, how that's going to happen. Murder Hobos Galore. We already have Murder Hobos Galore, though. When you do call it stupid, please use that voice. I could write a post, but I wouldn't do it justice. Check out Salty Mike's and Virgil's videos. They do a much better job than I could. Okay, I'll take a look at them. Oh, that was the first thing we talked about, dealer. 4.1 leaks. The big one is the Banu mission giver. There's a new mission giver, fully voiced, animated face. It's kind of a hologram, but they're, I always forget the name. I'm gonna go back to, or have it written down. Wikello Emporium, run by Wikello the Banu. I haven't heard their voice. I'm gonna play it after this stream just so I can get it and hear what a Banu sounds like. Because it nullifies crafting. We don't have crafting in the game right now. How can it nullify something that doesn't exist? Yeah, but by the time we have crafting, we'll be in tier 1 or tier 2. How does it nullify crafting with tier 1 and tier 2? Again, I'm not trying to talk down to anybody this one. I'm honestly trying to like figure out where people are going with that one. Because like reading through this one more time with like tier 2, you looting and bricked items. Once an item is looted, it remains unusable until the original owner reclaims it or marks it as stolen. At that point, a dead man switch is activated. That's tier 1, meaning it can cease to function for a period of time. While a looted or stolen item is no longer usable, you can still sell the item for credits. And then tier 2, looted and brick items. Once that item is looted, you will have the option to sell it, dismantle it for crafting materials, or restore it with the potential cost of crafting materials and credits to make it your own. This system creates a viable path for piracy, allowing you to claim other players' belongings if you take the necessary steps to legitimize ownership. No arms dealers, same with ship components and weapons. But yeah, there's no like ship components and weapons and player stuff is a very niche market right now. But with tier 2, that's okay. I see your point. I see your point, Risky. I see what you're trying to say. It's a what's his name? It's a cutlet argument. I get that now. I'm seeing that now. Because the argument is, if I make you a fancy weapon, the best weapon you've ever had, and you never have to come back to me to get a replacement, then there's no point in me building a weapon, making fancy weapons, because everyone will only need one, and then it's theirs forever. I don't like that. That I don't like. However, I can also see limitations on this. For instance, it's the argument that because we actually talked to Cutlet about this on the captain's table, and we came up with a good solution, which would just basically be, you can't register any player-made weapons. Period. You just can't register them to come back to you. Because this is mostly made for like cool stuff that you earn in game. But insurance can't actually cover player-made stuff because it's custom. No, I think item insurance will still be there. There'll just be some limitations on it, because as for tier 1, you have to actually register the item in order to get it back. You don't automatically get it back. You have to register the item and you have to pay for it once it comes back. Why would anyone use player-made stuff to wipes it out? Because player-made stuff is going to be vastly superior to anything you can buy from an NPC. Like this is not confirmed by CIG, but that's the way I can see that's the system working. That player-crafted items are going to be the best items in the game. But once you bought it, insurance will always replace it with the current system. With the current system. Yes. But we don't know the details specifically with tier 1. I'm talking about tier 1 and tier 2. In tier 1, it says players can register their equipped items, which can be reclaimed for a fee at specific kiosks or freight elevators. There's an easy modification to fix that with crafting, which is just player-crafted materials do not count. Instead of you getting it back, you get credits back for the item. Just like if you had a ship that was insured, but not, you don't have a, what is it called, a warranty, then you don't get that ship back. You just get the credit value for the ship that you had insured. So selling a specifically crafted item once to each customer shouldn't be an issue. It should be more than once. You shouldn't have to always go back and get them or lose them. Isn't once and done crafting how most MMOs work, though? It is, but Star Citizen isn't most MMOs. And it is, what I just described is much more the Star Wars Galaxies approach, which definitely seems to be heavily the inspiration for Star Citizen's crafting system. So there's rebuy. That rebuy might include some special materials. Then there's item degradation issues where death might degrade your items a bunch. Yeah. Not just ensuring, just not ensuring player-made stuff seems like a bit much of a hard no. I think you should be able to get money back for the player-made stuff, like you would for ships, but that's not the item. You'd have to go back to the original crafter and have them give you another copy of that. I mean, I have no problem insuring player-made stuff, but you just don't get it back. You just get the money for it. So if it's worth 10,000 credits, you can just get the 10,000 credits. Wear and tear is the answer, because it would also make it so that you would eventually lose the item or you'd have to repair it. But the problem about wear and tear is you would still, you would need to have it so that it would eventually be completely lost. Like wear and tear would eventually reach the point where you cannot repair it enough and you have to come back for it. You could compare it to IRL crafted items to modified cars in real life. Most insurance companies hate modified cars, and some will outright drop your insurance if they find out, but most will only cover the cost of the stock car and not the performance of modifications. Why do you want to take people's stuff, Paul? That is mean. Because I want the game to be fun enough for everybody to play it. They already have this system. They have the solution in their insurance system, which they already have. If you don't remember, the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 insurance, tier 3 insurance gets you everything back, including cosmetics. But if you don't have the warranty for a ship, then you will just get the credits for all of those things, not the actual things. But if you have a warranty, you get all of those things back. You just do the same thing with player insurance or with player crafted stuff, except you can't get a warranty on any of the player crafted stuff. All player crafted stuff doesn't come with a warranty. You have to get it from the player. I think if you do wear and tear and the return thing would also make sense. From the data mines, there's also the Anvil Asgard. Based on the name, it sounds like it could be a medical Valkyrie. Feels like a variant. Seems much more likely than seeing a new ship from Anvil. Who knows? CIG's also doing the Paladin, so. If I wanted to live in hell of real life, I'd go outside. I'm playing a game. Yeah, Iris, I get the idea, but at the same time, there's also balance to games. Like, for instance, I like KCD, Kingdom Come Deliverance. I've been playing it again. It's fun. It has wear and tear. But the wear and tear is a gameplay solution. You can actually repair your own equipment. If you go to a grindstone and you look at it's a gameplay aspect where you get the right sparks, you can actually like repair your weapons pretty effectively. And if you have the right skills and the equipment, you can actually repair your armor and your clothing, everything. You can do it all yourself. And it will actually do better and last longer if you do it and if you understand how to do it. And it'll level you up, it'll give you levels and all these sorts of things. So it's all connected together. So a wear and tear system with things like repair and player interactions, if the point of the system is to have players purchase new things or pay attention to their armor's health and stuff like that, it's gameplay. That's part of the sort of like planning gameplay. Such a good game. And it's built on the same engine that Star Citizen is. So, I mean... What I'm saying is, I can see that problem with crafting, where you always get your stuff back. So that's definitely something that CIG has to address with Tier 1 and Tier 2. Because if players can always get it back with just paying a small fee, then there's no reason for players to craft more than one item, because then they're done. If CIG's intent is that players can become a professional weaponsmith or armor smith, then there needs to be a reason why players need to return to those players to purchase, or other players need to return to the armor smith or the weaponsmith to purchase more weapons and armor. But I also know that a lot of people have Tier 0 issues. And while I understand the Tier 0 issues, I need to see it in game to see how much it affects people. Look, I don't care how. I don't care when. But when can I pull out a roll of Drake tape and seal my old leaky suit before risky salvage EVA? Those would be the days. I don't understand why CIG is doing Tier 0. I understand it, but I don't understand why they're rushing it. I feel like this is a situation where CIG is misreading the room, but I also understand that I'm in a bubble. So there could be a large group of people who are absolutely ecstatic that they're not going to lose their subscriber gear anymore. And that could vastly outnumber the people who are upset about this situation. You could lose subscriber gear. Right now, if you play the game in 4.0, if you have subscriber gear and you die and you don't get back to your body in time or someone loots it, it's gone. you cannot return that subscriber gear until the next patch. So like until if we had a 4.0.3, we won't, but you wouldn't get it back until then. Or 4.1, you wouldn't get it back till then. Then when 4.1 releases, you would be able to return and get those items from where you were. That's it. And so a lot of people were asking for the ability to get their subscriber items back in their hands because they have, you know, sentimental value or whatever. Same for falling through planets. That gears usually die because you can't recover the body. Yeah, that's usually what people complain about. Is not necessarily dying from PvP, but a glitch kills them. They can't get their gear back, and they've lost it forever. The blueprints won't be single use, will they? No, they're permanently bound to you. I think they said there might be single use, but like the majority of them, if not all of them, are bound to your character, so you can always use them again. As long as you have the materials, you can make them. Some single limited use. Okay. Look, man, the Ascension Pack is nice. Where were you able to recover gear you purchased from Pledge Store before also? No. That's what I was saying, Zod, is you weren't able to do it at all. And so people were upset because they're like, I paid for this, I want it back. Yeah, technically you could melt and rebuy and it would come back to your account, but that's going outside of the game for that solution. The problem is what a lot of people have now is it's not that they're upset that you can get back your subscriber items. Most people are upset that you can get back everything. So when you die, you just come back with everything. There's no loss. And they can't loot your body, your corpse to get your stuff back. I know it's an old topic, but I finally refound the quote that you thought was from Thor. It's from Pants Hat video, buying a cat girl off Amazon. It was bugging me and I couldn't remember it till now. Thank you, Klepter. That's true. You do lose what's in your pockets, but not what you're wearing. But that's really the thing that people are more worried about is the stuff you were wearing. Because Star Citizen's gun balance sucks. Star Citizen's gunplay sucks. It's not that it's like too floaty or not refined enough. It's just, it doesn't have an identity. It doesn't feel right in any way, shape, or form. So if you have a grenade launcher, which you can pay for, you can just fucking go to town. No consequences, baby. Just start spamming that shit and it's yours forever. To be fair, Zach is working on it. Yeah, and I hope that's one of their major focuses for 4.1 and 4.2. You don't come back with everything. You come back with what you had left on you and nothing you had in your pockets or packs. But if I'm spamming your grenade launcher, it's in my, I'm carrying it. So when I die, I come back with a grenade launcher. So all I have to do is make sure I don't have anything in my inventory and everything is equipped, and I can just go fucking crazy, baby. Where can I find this new leaks info? Any Evocati member can tell you about it. It's on the pipeline. They have a couple of things they've mined, but it's available in the Evocati. I'll give you the quick rundown. You know what? Let's just do a fucking another capsule because it's gonna be a thing anyways. Let's do a capsule. People asking about it. All right, y'all ready for this? We're gonna do 3 capsules tonight, so. What's a capsule? It's you'll see. Hold on. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. A leaky capsule at that. This is a small section of my Office Hours live stream that I stream on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live, where we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more live with chat on YouTube and Twitch. Love to have you come down and join them. But we're going to do a capsule on something that I wasn't planning on doing, but so many people asked about it because we got some leaks. I say leaks because you clicked it because I said leaks, because you want some juicy info. Not really leaks. Anyone who's in Evocati can now talk about these things, though it is available online through the pipeline, obviously. They kind of scrape the files, but anybody who's in Evocati has it. In fact, I've seen a couple videos up from Evocati members talking about stuff they've discovered. We can talk about it, but we can't show anything of it until PTU hits. So without any further ado, I'm going to get into the list. I'm not going to show off because there's nothing to show, but I will go over specifically what is new that we know about directly with the 4.1. So 4.1, the big thing I'll start off with is the mission givers. So there are a couple of different new factions. The first faction that should be of note is the Foxwell Enforcement. So Foxwell Enforcement is a group of rent-a-cops. They're former police officers who were formed specifically in Castra on Low, or not Castra, Corel. Low on Corel, which is a very war-torn, criminal-laden street. Low is not a very... It's on the border of Banu space. It's pretty rough and tumble. Oops. Forgot to do that. Sorry about that. That's a my raid thing going in. I'll start by saying that sorry, I got a little bit interrupted, so I'm gonna have to edit that out a little bit. But Low is a it's very criminally active location. It's on the border between human and Banu space, so it's a lot of smugglers go through there. New Junction is the city that it's from. There's a lot of crime and other things that go on there. So Foxwell Enforcement is from there, from former security officers, police officers who worked in there. So they went to the private industry to try to create some sort of new, cheap alternative and, have more altruistic views, but ended up not getting a lot of money, so they had to kind of loosen restrictions on who could or couldn't be in there, so they rely heavy on cheap contracts to do their job. So that's a new faction that's joining the PU. A faction that already exists in the PU, but is... let's see if I can find it. I don't think I can hear. So, but now has missions associated, is Rayari. So the Rayari Corporation, which is a genetics engineering corporation that does a lot of biological stuff, changes for things like making plants that are easier to survive in certain environments, and animals like the boreal stalker, genetically manipulating creatures that already exist, like the Kazi Grazer, the space cow. So they have just sort of basic missions that they give you, some like fetch missions. And then we have the High Point Wilderness Specialists. They are from Noble, the planet Noble, and they saw the environment kind of deteriorate because of a invasive species. Sorry, a little sneeze there. And so they got together, a bunch of hunters got together and then tried to wipe out this invasive species to help their environment. So they formed an organization to effectively kill invasive species on different planets, and they've evolved to just being sort of like a group that hunts and kills creatures that may be overpopulating and other things. It's sort of like a cross between hunters and park rangers that are for hire. That's where you're going to get your Copian missions from now on. And the last new one is a very interesting one. We're getting a Banu. Raquello Emporium is the name of the group, run by Wakello, who is a Banu. The Banu is not only animated, you could see their face, they're a hologram, but you can see their face talking to you, but they're voiced. It's a voiced mission giver, which has wild lines and discussions. You can talk with them, and they're in an instanced location. There are 3 locations in the Stanton system. Dasi Station, Cello Station, and Kinga Station. They're very similar to, say, the Rabs in Pyro, but they're in Stanton. And they're around Hurston, Microtech, and one of the moons. I think it's like Crusader moons. I think it's like Yella. Maybe Daymar. And so you can go there and get missions from them. Some of them are like, get me a burrito. Legitimately. Get me a burrito is one of them. So that's pretty cool. Pretty good introduction. And they're also known as the Collector in game. The volumetric clouds can no longer be turned off in 4.1. They're locked. You have to have them. The Idris has its missile room now. Obviously, the kind of very spicy tier 0 of item recovery is added now. That means when you die, all of your gear that you have on you that's equipped will come back when you respawn. Anything that's in your inventory, so in your suit, in your backpack, the stuff that's not equipped on you, that is lost or doesn't come back with you, but everything else comes back to you. And then we've got Call of Duty. Theaters of War. Theaters of War is dead. Long live Theaters of War. Theaters of War is likely not going to be released anytime soon because they've taken all of the assets from Theaters of War and they've added them into the game. I talked about this a little bit in the past, but the Hathor group is being added into Stanton and Pyro. So there are now Hathor group facilities in Stanton and Pyro, both orbital laser facilities and base bunkers. There's a ton of them all over the place. There's a lot of new facilities. ASD has facilities all over Pyro, and you have to get like key cards to get access to some of these places. And specifically, Foxwall has an entire mission setup that is designed just to clear out these Hathor facilities in Stanton. So you can think of Hathor as sort of like the prototype for what Hurston has become. They were sort of they controlled what is now the Nexus system, kind of let it rot, and they've collapsed. But they're sort of this company that sort of let outlaws overrun the system that they controlled, which was called Hathor and now called Nexus. So they're sort of renowned for just letting their facilities fall into the hands of outlaws. But they're now a defunct company. So there's a lot of new things coming in. Oh, and I missed the best part. You can get a painting of a constellation. Painting of constellation and hang it up in your hab. So, and of course, new armor. There's a new armor set that's been released, and the Volt weapons. The Volt weapons are in. The rifle, I believe, is in. I don't know, and the SMG, but not the pistol or the other stuff. Okay, people are also talking. Okay, Della's point. Distress bacon. Sorry, skipped lunch. Tessa Bannister, one of the famous mission givers from early in 2.0 days. She's returning in 4.1, but not in the way you hope. One of the items that the Collector, Wakello, has is a cryopod with the name T. Bannister on it. So there we go. That's all we have so far from Eve Vakati. There'll probably be more things coming out as people explore more and figure out some more. I personally haven't quite gotten in there yet. I do plan on getting in there and hearing the Banu, because as a person who does a lot of lore stuff, check out the Astro Historian for a lot of that. I am now excited that we're getting some alien species in the game. It completely caught me by surprise as to what it is. And even if it's not fully like animated, it sounds like you can see the face and you can see it moving and the voice and they're talking in Banu. So it'll be interesting to see that. As always, I want to hear your thoughts down below on any of these things. Are you excited about any of this? Are you concerned about some of this stuff? Let me know what your most anticipated with 4.1 is. And even if it's just Are the elevators working? Can I lower my planet side cargo elevators? Any of those things. And if you did enjoy this, it helps out a lot if you like the video, subscribe for more content like this, and join us live. That'll help you notice drives, and hit the bell at night. Hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. Thank you for watching, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Is 4.1 coming in April? Yes. Sorry, I didn't realize I was getting rated. Angry PC Tech. How you doing, Angry? It's not an EPTU, it's an Evocati. So people can test it. If you have Evocati, you can play it. You gamed a lot today. Got coin shipments finished out the door. Nice. Tired game. Okay, yeah, I get that. I will say this is the first patch that feels like what CIG promised from this year in terms of content, because holy fuck, the Banu mission giver, even if it's not a lot of missions, that is big. Because my biggest critique of CIG's storytelling is that they haven't established shit. You need to establish these factions and these groups with some sort of presence and some sort of connection for the players before you can tell a story with twists. If they're going with Wakello as one of those big anchor points for storytelling in 4.2 and beyond, then this is a fucking amazing addition because it's unique. They're creating a character. They have quirks. They have wild lines. I'll read a couple of the wild lines off just right now, which are freaking cool. I'll do my best Banu voice, even though this is probably not Banu. Just need to make a few adjustments. Come on, come on. Sorry, I was almost there. Almost there. Yes, very nice indeed. Yes, come along nicely, yes. Maybe a slight change here. Quite excited to see what you have. Oh, let's see what you have here. Waiting. Such excitement. What are you giving me? Spoiler flag. These are just wild lines. These are just, like, all that stuff is just random stuff you get close to him, that's what he's saying. Like, this isn't, like, mission dialogue. They need to get the lore people from Destiny in there. CIG has incredibly deep and complex world building and lore. It's just not in game. Okay, I'm done. The problem that CIG has is that they have yet to convert their world building into a story worth telling. Have you played it already, Full Nelson? As someone who found your Astro story and content most recently, I was surprised to see Star Citizen and lore, and now I want more of it. I mean, Now you know how I have felt for like the last fucking 10 years. Like, the writers are pretty good at what they do so far. And what we've seen of Squadron 42 is pretty decent in terms of dialogue and narrative and like how things are paced. They just need to just do that in Star Citizen rather than sort of what they're doing now. You haven't? Okay. Yeah, the lore has to be more than something you read on a website outside the game. It has to be in the game, so Galactopedias in the game would be nice. But beyond that, you need to be able to connect to it, and how you connect to it is characters. Characters are far more important in telling stories because they're your anchors to the universe. Like, I know one of the only reasons why I give a fuck about the World of Warcraft universe is because I felt I had a very close connection. I really enjoyed the character of Orc Jesus, Thrall. Arthas is also a very interesting character from World Warcraft 3 into his evolution and transformation. Jaina Proudmoore, these are all characters that I have heard of and still remember from those times. I haven't played WoW in years. I haven't played WoW in like decades, but I still remember those characters. CIG needs to create those characters because those characters become the gateway for players to realize there's a deeper universe. Dooley is a fantastic example of wasted potential, but so is Tessa, so is Miles Eckhart, so is Ticia Pacheco, Tessa Bannister. All of these mission givers have a good chance of connecting you to a part of the universe that you haven't seen yet. Lore team and narrative don't currently connect, though they need to be. They are actually connected. The latest, the Stanton Pyro War that I call Stanton Pyro War, the Save Stanton and Fight for Pyro. That's their first major collaboration between the narrative team and the mission giver team, or the lore team and the narrative team. And it shows. Oh lordy, does it show? His name is Thrall, so he's a slave. I think it was Thrall was his name. Yeah, he was a slave, actually. He was a slave. That's the plot of Warcraft 3 was that he was an orc slave who escaped his slave. They were on reservations. They escaped the reservations and fled. Was it Thull? I thought it was Thrall. And really no investments in events besides opening rewards. And I've also said, it's not just investments in events. You also need to personally fuck the player over. It's Thrall. Okay. Like, one of the ways that if CIG wanted to make players felt like they got fucked by the Frontier Fighters, what they could have done, and I stand by this, and I would have respected CIG a fuck ton more, and I think more players would. The Frontier Fighters are considered enemies of the UEE. All of the funds that you got from the Frontier Fighters are now frozen. Your equipment that you get from the Frontier Fighters is frozen. Maybe you're not getting your money back because people would have already spent it and that kind of stuff. So that may not have mattered as much. But you couldn't get your equipment. It's frozen. You want those skins? Cool. You can't until you do phase 3. And when you do phase 3, you have to complete phase 3 in order to get your skins. Like, you're personally told to go fuck yourself. Oh, you like those skins? Sorry. Now you have to do phase 3 to get those skins. Like, yeah, and like, you know, what is it, New Vegas, where like you wear those skins, you just get shot at. Wish Thunder Fighters is still a faction I could side with. And I think that's the thing, is that most people didn't feel cheated because they knew what they were getting into. And most people were just doing it for the skins. So if you know that's what you're doing anyways, and you want to teach players a lesson, you gotta punch them in the face and be like, learn the lesson. Hey, Marcus. I mean, you have to teach players through like carrot and sticks. And if players are only responding to rewards, you need to make those rewards feel juicy until they're rug pulled. So that way players learn there are actions, your consequences have actions. These actions will come back and bite you in the ass. Will players get mad? Fuck yeah, they're going to get mad. But your response is, did you not pay attention to what you were doing? Do you think it's okay to just start slaughtering innocent civilians and not have consequences for it? Well, now you've learned. Just be glad that you don't have a criminal stat. Low stakes to teach the players there are consequences to your actions. Still have players have the ability to get their gear through finishing phase 3. But also teaching the players, you get delayed gratification because you chose the wrong side. Velocity, we were talking about this in the live stream on Monday. You were there when we were talking about this. Makes sense. The Astro is not supposed to be a Disney movie. Well, and also, faction warfare is a big part of the game. Like, CIG wants to make factions a huge aspect of the experience, with, you know, who you side mattering a lot in terms of who you can access and that kind of stuff. And this isn't new. This isn't revolutionary. Fucking Freelancer did this shit. I mean, yeah, no, voice lines are big. I think that's a guarantee. But like, if they didn't have the option to do that, didn't CIG say that they wanted to have a wrong side? That they didn't want to have a wrong side. They may have. I think that's a good point of view. I was going to say that's the wrong thing. It's like, no, that's actually what I like. I don't think there should be a wrong side. I think there should be decisions and consequences. There's got to be some groups that are just unalignable, like the Vandal are unalignable because they're just going to kill you. But you should also still be able to make an enemy of everybody around you. That's hard mode. I would be so pissed but impressed with the game if I showed up to Stanton with Headhunter's colors and they started shooting at me. Yeah. If I found out that the reason why I got shot at was because if some wildline was like, you stupid criminal, you know, and shot at me because I was wearing my Headhunter's like skin for my ship, I'd have been like, oh, my actions have consequences. I have made a big mistake. I like the combo, but insurance should be give most, not all of the money back to prevent cheesing items. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, we talked about that. Think we're gonna get any attention to bounty hunting version 2? No, not this year. In terms of suggesting a punishment system, Iris, yes, but that's only if CIG wanted there to be a consequence for the actions, in the sense of there being a lesson they wanted to teach players as a wrong side. Because it's clear that CIG, after the fact, said there was a wrong side. It was the Frontier Fighters. So if their actions were, hey, these consequences were these actions, then CIG should have used this as a teaching tool of saying your consequences of actions. There are punishments to the actions you were taking. But I also don't think CIG should have just thrown the Frontier Fighters out with the bathwater. There's plenty of people who want to be Frontier Fighters who like that philosophy. Let them be Frontier Fighters. Let them live those consequences. Shouldn't have everyone known that the Frontier Fighters are evil when they said kill everyone? They never said that in game. 2, there's plenty of missions in game which are just kill everyone. So, and 3, all of that was said through mission dialogue, like readable mission dialogue. It has to be in game. It has to be telegraphed in a better way than other missions that already exist. And lastly, it needs to be voiced. There needs to be hints. Because if you're playing a video game, you're playing a video game. I like Morrowind, even though Morrowind has a lot of like reading. They still have fucking dialogue in Morrowind. They still talk a little bit. So you get an idea of what they are. Reading is fine. Mission dialogue is a fine way of delivering a narrative story. But it shouldn't be the only way it happens. There should be other contexts, especially in the year of our Lord 2025. In an MMO, like with a game like Star Citizen, it's inexcusable to not have that. Like there's no reason not to have mission dialogue. Data pads, voiced NPCs, and cutscene mission givers. That should be the standard for Star Citizen and CIG, because that's the standard they set for themselves years ago. Oh, speaking of secrets, right? I forgot about that. There's 5 or 6 new minerals for mining. Think about RON now. Your mission dialogue is spoken, written, and then internal level storytelling. What's RON? Ready or not? Okay. Yeah. Wasn't there an MMO that spent more of their budget trying to do voiceovers for NPCs? Probably Star Wars, The Old Republic. Yeah, so Elder Scrolls Online. Okay. Would do voice work if they asked you to? Yeah. I'm not a voice actor, but I wouldn't mind doing it. But I'd also like CIG to contact actual voice actors, and there are a lot in the community. Like Trendane Trendane Sparks is a professional voice actor. He has been following Star Citizen since the very beginning of the project. He was the bad guy in the BattleTech game. The main bad guy who was, you know, who betrays you in the very beginning of the game. Spoilers for a freaking ancient game now. Go play it, it's good. But he's the leader of this directorate. That's Trendane Sparks. And then there's Meyer, who's a role player online who does voice work for video games, is doing narrative for books. He's a professional voice actor. Has been a professional voice actor for a long time. Let the man voice in Star Citizen. Oh, I love, Anna, and then, Mr. Hands. That guy's a great, he's a content creator in general. I love him. I don't even know Star Citizen. I'd love to see him do Star Citizen voice work. I also know, Cupid, help me. Voice actor, does a lot of Mech Warrior stuff. You know who I'm talking about. Starts with an H. Oh, why is my top of my head? Oh, I feel so bad because I've known him for a very long time. He's a great content creator. I think Anna still does voiceover, but she's just busy with other things. Haven, thank you, Escape. Haven Kendrick. Haven Kendrick is a content creator who streams on Twitch. Would be a fantastic addition to Star Citizen. They voiced in fucking the Ace Combat game that wasn't an Ace Combat game. My brain is just not functioning today. The one that actually got an update pretty recently, which is like, this game came out in 2018? Yeah, Wingman. Project Wingman. He plays one of the trainers in Project Wingman. Both him and his wife are voice actors. Like, and I'm sure these folks would love to work for a company like CIG for pretty low pay because they're still kind of getting their start in their careers. They haven't been made a big name for themselves. And a game like Star Citizen would be an amazing get for a lot of them. And they also will publicize your fucking game by fucking playing it. Not pay them with exposure, pay them with money. But like, they will 100% be psyched about playing the video game that they voice in. I'm just mentioning a handful of people. There are so many. Fucking another great example is Mythmatic. Mythmatic is a content creator, does voiceover work, and is a stuff. I know. Is it Iris? No. Iris, you're not a voice actress. Who am I thinking about? There's a couple of people in the Star Citizen community. There's a lot of people in the community who have. The guy who plays Hans Capon is a streamer too. CIG does have connections with Warhorse. They know the people there. You pay your actors. I'm not a person who says to do it for free, but there are professional actors who would love the chance to play Star Citizen or to do voice role in a game like Star Citizen, and they would also promote the game because they're also content creators. And plenty of VAs looking for an in. Who knows? Someone like Haven could jump in and play a role that blows the fuck up, that everybody loves, that everyone quotes, and they become this big face that people follow and helps them out because they're being introduced into a community that really cares about the characters and cares about the game and are super excited to help it. Anna, I really hope that Anna's jobs and work with Star Citizen and CIG has improved her chances at getting work other places. I follow Anna's work. When Anna talks about being in a different video game, I'll buy that game if I think it's cool. Oh, I love Garmin. I don't know who does Garmin, but they're great. The point is that CIG isn't exactly like, they have plenty of people, even in their own community, whom they could tap for voice work. And they have their own fucking motion capture studio. Like, there's no excuses. They own that studio. It's theirs. They could easily, not easily, but it is not nearly as difficult for them to get a voice actor, throw them in a suit, and have them do some performances compared to most studios. Yeah, but wouldn't that mean CIG would have to agree to Voice Actor Guild's terms? I mean, yeah, but I hope they would. I don't want to have to boycott Star Citizen because Chris Roberts is being a penny pincher. Because like the voice actor or the Actors Guild isn't asking for much in terms of like line delivery. It's mostly just like, don't use our shit with AI and please give us hazard pay for mocap work. If we're doing mocap work, we want to get paid for doing mocap work on top of doing voice work. That's it. Darkside RP had community RPers do lines in Atlas for character NPCs in game. I mean, I mentioned Myth earlier, knowledge, but yeah, there's plenty of people in the Darkside RP that I know, that I've run into, who are really good voice actors. And then there's CIG's quiet collab with that AI voice group. I personally think that, because they haven't said anything about it, there's not been any talk about it, I think that's more about localization than it is about voice work. Because that makes localization a lot easier without having to go international, because that can be expensive. Localization is hard. I had no idea until recently. You have to hire somebody to translate the lines to make sure they make sense in terms of the context of what you're trying to talk about. Then you have to get somebody to deliver the lines in that same context, then match the animation movements up together with that person, so you'll have different animation depending on which localization you use. That shit sounds like a nightmare. It's like reanimating everything over again. Newt she says she had acting agents before, but on the player customer side of her career has bloomed because of Star Citizen, mainly because of the community who, via Cobra TV, gifted her a PC build to start streaming. So she actually went from being a PlayStation casual gamer to a full-time dual PC streamer for about 6 months. As for Star Citizen helping career directly, I think that boost would be more noticeable once the projects had finished and released. Yeah. I'm her mod and friend, so sorry if I acknowledged dumping. That's fine. All I said was I hope it's improved her career. I would love to see her as Dooley become a permanent fixture in the Star Citizen universe, because Dooley is my favorite character that's currently in game to go, I could see this character blossoming into something that is very endearing to players. Because Anna plays Dooley with such earnest spunk that it's like, yeah, you're a cop, but I don't hate you. I don't feel like I want to, you know, like run away from you. I feel like when you're like desperately saying we need help because these assholes are here killing everybody, I kind of like, yeah, fuck, I kind of want to help. Thank you, Zod. Dooley's already endearing for those who got. Yeah, no, like her trying to talk with the Ninetales guys, where they just constantly insult her, and she's just like, just kill these motherfuckers. It's like, yeah. Again, one of my favorite internal message, for those who don't know, there's actually in lore, there is a council that runs the Stanton system. It's a council of the leaders of all of the 4 corporations that are in Stanton system. They meet together annually to discuss the issues that deal with, to handle with Stanton, with other members of Stanton society who come there to help discuss those issues. So, in my head, I have always played out Dooley sitting at the table with Colonel Gavin E. Hurston and I always forget her name, Kelly Kaplan, the ancient ass Kelly Kaplan from the CEO of Crusader Industries, and then like the ArtCorp CEO and Microtech CEO. Whereas Dooley's trying to explain the security system situation. Gavin E. Hurston is screaming at Kelly Kaplan because he's just like, just nuke the fucking Grimhex and we wouldn't have this fucking problem. And Kelly Kaplan spitting back, be like, because I actually give a shit about human life, except unlike you with your fucking, slaves, and them just screaming at each other, blaming each other for the problem, where Dooley's just sitting here going, I need some fucking coffee. Oh my fucking God, these children are driving me insane. Nothing they accomplish, bicker they will. Yeah. Isn't there an election coming up? If there NPCs are talking about elections, there might be some local elections, like senatorial elections. Just to see Kaplan and Gavin Hurston in the same room, I'd just be like, let them fight. I want to see that throwdown. But just that image, that Dooley has to answer to Kelly Kaplan and Gavin Hurston at the same time. Like, that woman must be a saint. Because she's born and raised in Stanton. She's from Crusader. Like, she was born in Orison and left to go join the military, and then she got chosen for the Marines. So she's a Marine veteran, came back from the Marines, joined the advocacy, became a special agent in charge. And so, like, me knowing that when Siege of Orison happened, I was like, this shit's personal for Dooley. Like, this is her home. These assholes are coming in and fucking up her home. This would be like if you were like raised in a city and now your city is under siege by like a fucking invading army. Like, and you're the chief of police. Like, yeah, this shit's fucking personal now. She's not a saint, she's a public worker. She has far more patience than a saint. Oh God, ain't that right? Who the hell's in charge of ArtCorp now anyways? I don't know. ArtCorp is such a weird company. Galactopedia doesn't have the name. There's no name on anywhere I can find. All my usual resources, they don't have a name. Oh, did I forgot to turn on alerts? Did you hit me up with some Orison? You did. Oh, no, you didn't. Hold on. Hold on. There you go.
Them biddies.
If there are elections coming up, you will want to make a strong vote. Vote strong. Armand Strong, the once and future senator and son of Stanton.
You're goddamn right. I gotta get the strong voice down. Armand Strong. True son of Stanton. I will fight for you. With my fists. I will fight crime with my fists. I will fight inflation with my fists. I will fight the concept of bad with my fists. Vote for me. I don't even know. It's... I forgot which one this is. I bought it recently. Someone said it was blues, so I think it's blues. Fight crime. Fight crime. Crime. I will fight paper and paperwork with my fists. I will fight for you with my fists. But I want you to fight with your belly button. Just playing with the thought, what times do you typically do the captain's table in case I could plant the idea of Anna being on there? Anna's been on there twice, Snoop. But it's Saturdays. I will please you with my fists. Armin Strong, the message sponsored by Castek Arms. Give freedom a shot. Yeah. Defender of Lint. Yeah, Saturdays, 4 p.m. Eastern. So like 8 p.m. GMT. That is the only thing I would be okay with 100%, is if CIG wants to make Armin Strong a canon character in the Star Citizen universe, I would be chuffed. It would be hilarious. Those of you who don't know, I've created a character called Armin Strong, Senator R. Men Strong, RM Strong, Armstrong. To be on the fucking nose. The idea behind it is, who's been on this? Well, you asked that, Info Runners. This guy called Execute is coming on this week. Right now, that's it. So, but it's just you, X. I'm so jazzed they're making a light fighter from the Kruger fam finally. Yeah, right? Yes, Arm MN Strong.
Spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Ever.
ever
Take
away my space game.
I am Token23 just resubscribed for 3 months.
Thank you for the tier 1 3 months for 3 months in advance. Thank you so much. I am Token. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive, Pisser. Very neat pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. No, that's an insult. I don't know if we've actually nuked it yet or not. What does Algrid think? We don't know, but I think he said he was pretty. X thought he would be pretty chuffed. He'd definitely be pretty chuffed, in my opinion. A light fighter's a good start. We should all report the server, but I think the idea is that we've recreated the server. We copied the server over, and still have the ability to kick everyone out of the server. So if we remove everyone out of the server, then we can just prevent it from being used as the info runner server. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, because our ARM. Yeah, because I don't know how what like ARM would be a nickname for, but yeah. I thought it was Armstrong is a nod to the Full Metal Alchemist with Captain Armstrong. It is. It's also a nod to Senator Armstrong from Full Metal, not Full Metal, from Metal Gear Solid Revengeance. So we've tried mass reporting them. I've had people come in and mass report, but I don't know if we can get it back. I think it might just be a lost cause to try to get it back. For those of you who don't know about Senator Armstrong, it's a character I created. The character is effectively born in Hurston, managed to scrap up enough money to go to college, where he played Saddleball. But then became in Microtech. So he went to college in Microtech. And in Microtech, he earned his money. He earned his tuition by going underground fight rings, where he was put up against Boreal Stalkers and had to fist fight Boreal Stalkers in a ring to earn money for school. After school, he got patriotic and decided to join the UE military, joined the Navy, was at the Battle of Vega 2, personally punched a Vandal to death during the Battle of Vega 2, got discharged afterwards, returned to Stanton, picked up a job in public relations in Crusader as part of Crusader Cares, as part of a PR person, and then left Crusader, formed his own company in ArcCorp. So his headquarters of his company is in ArcCorp. So he calls himself the true son of Stanton because he was born and raised there and has stayed there most of his life. And his goal is to, because of the nature of the agreement between Stanton and the UEE, the companies who form Stanton and UEE, they can't get representation in the Senate. So his campaign is to not give one planet representation, but the whole system has representation, so that they can still be represented in the Senate, but not by any one company. And so he is trying to brand himself as the senator from the Stanton system to try to encourage its ascendance in the UEE. Just don't look at where his money's coming from. No, the AstroPub Discord server is not affected. Just the info runners. Captain Senator Armstrong. There you go. Strong Enterprises may or may not own an elevator company or 3. Yes, all of the elevators in Stanton system are made by Strong Enterprises. All of them. You're welcome. Speaking of Siege of Orison, when's that coming back with server meshing? I don't know. Hopefully soon. Enterprise, we'll pick you up. Strong Enterprises, we'll take you where you need to go. Elevators made by Strong Enterprises to weed out the weak through natural selection. Be hard to get the last platform with 500 players. Yeah, I think they would need to. The big thing that's holding that back would probably be instanced events. That would probably be where it's held back. I think until we get instance events where you could have an event that's instanced with a certain number of people, you could have layered sort of events. I don't think that's what will happen. Yeah, but like max 100. You know. I don't know if that Siege of Orison's coming back anytime soon. I think they'd want to probably do it as part of a bigger narrative event if it was to come back. Same with like Xenothreat. Every time I think of Senator Armstrong, I think of Maxor video where he says, "My sources, I made it the fuck up." Yeah. They can't even do layered hangers right yet. They can. It's just the audio is funky. I think the Xenothreat event would likely end up getting the same treatment that the blockade runners got, where it's like more generic, less of a this is specifically Xenothreat with these specific events, and more of a generic set of missions that can happen, so they can kind of run them as not just events when they want to run them, but they can be connected to in-game story events. I actually kind of like hearing people's hanger noises. Kind of makes it more immersive. I feel like if it was more muffled, it would be really cool. Honestly, I yearn for ground combat at ArcCorp. Yeah, the depths sound cool as fuck. But I think that's probably what they're going to be focused on more, is getting the depths done. When they get the depths done, then they'll go back and do Siege of Orison and stuff like that. Oh, gosh, it is getting late here. I need to get some water, and then I need to get this done, chat. We need to get the freaking monthly report, because it's going to be long. Need some water so my voice doesn't die. Doing something in Pyro starts a Xenothreat invasion? Yeah, or just in a general invasion. I forgot to turn that back on. I think my favorite part about this year is that they say they're fixing bugs and getting stuff stable. This is the first year they've explicitly laid out how they're going to do that, though. Like, to the point where they're saying, we aren't doing features. Don't expect features. I'm going to leave all that stuff off because I'm going to do another capsule. That's Pyro. It's Bloom. Then what's all this stuff coming in 4.1? It's all content. Ooh. Okay. Am I the only one trying to refine, and salvage for these missions? No, there's other people who've done that. Yes. All right. Hello and welcome to a very, very long capsule. That's right, capsule. This is usually a short-ish segment, considering I'm going on 4 hours of streaming and still doing this right now. Short segment of my office hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live. Love to have you come down and join chat live as we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. Without any further ado, though, we're going to be covering the February 2025 PU monthly report. This one is a big one. So sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Like I said, probably see down there, this is going to be a long one. I'm going to read through the entire monthly report word by word and add my own sort of injections, my own thoughts on what's going on, and to add some context, because I've been doing this for a very, very long time now, for a couple of years where I read through them. This isn't a summary. There's nothing wrong with summaries, but I feel that if you are really trying to follow the content that Star Citizen, that CIG is putting out for Star Citizen, then you need to actively be listening and reading everything that CIG puts out so you're better informed. I often see people who are, get themselves tied up in knots about things because they just don't follow it as closely as they should. So if you're one of those folks who's coming here to try to figure out what's going on with Star Citizen, hopefully this will give you some context. Thank you for watching. Sit back. Let's get started. Oh no. Oh no. Sorry, Xylo just walked in. So I'm going to read the PU monthly report, but for those of you who don't know, this is all put together by Xylo. So I'm going to get trolled. All right. All right. PU monthly report, February 2025. Welcome to February's PU monthly report. Read on the latest updates from the developers working on the Persistent Universe, including the AI, core gameplay, narrative, missions, tech design, and UI teams. AI content. AI content continued updating the broken air traffic control behavior throughout the main landing zones, with fixes entering QAR process for validation, stress testing, and ensuring that they don't break other areas of the game. Once successful, the team will begin scheduling it for inclusion in an upcoming patch. They have been actively trying to... This last month they talked explicitly, and I think the month before that, they talked explicitly about redoing the voices for the air traffic control. So like air traffic control for all of Stanton system is all the Stanton system is now going to be unique per landing zone. So they're each going to have different styles of landing zone, dialogue. I don't know if this is going to cover pyro as well, but they've explicitly talked about this in the Stanton system before. All right. The devs also worked on the design, environment, and economy teams to iterate the new character prototype. This includes a performance capture session to record new lines, updates then continued on Grimhex to match the behavior reworks done on Stanton's other landing zones. Okay, economy teams to iterate on a new character prototype. Okay, so I'm assuming this is talking about, this is AI content. So there are these sorts of things, tags, systems for AI. So an AI can be any number of things, Ninetales, Outlaw, whatever. And then they have these tags that can apply to them. I'm assuming this prototype is going to be a new character prototype, is a new type of character that exists that you can then add these tags to and make them a little bit more different. In new initiatives, the team began looking into improvements to the dogfighting experience based on discussions with the design and missions team. AI Tech also tracked a handful of bugs logged on other teams and picked up from general playthroughs. AI features. Last month, AI features improved on a polished creature's behavior. New technology from AI Tech was added to close range and melee attacks, as used by Copian and Quasi-Grazer. Come on. To make them feel more reactive to moving targets. Give me the melee NPCs, CIG. I know they're in Squadron. All right. Rather than stopping or staring in locomotion to begin, starting locomotion to begin, the attack is considered part of the locomotion request, allowing the creature to react at any point during the locomotion or resume locomotion without delay if the target moves. For human AI, the team made a variety of improvements. For example, the time was spent on the first reaction flow escalation, giving players direct feedback on an enemy's awareness state so they can sneak past. This was supported by new callbacks to the mission functionality to allow the designers to script specific level scenarios when an enemy is spotted, such as when radioing for backup. We're going to get backup. Hopefully they work. On top of this, various smaller bugs fixed and improvements were made. Each will reach the verse soon. For example, accuracy scaling will now start from the beginning of combat rather than when a player is seen to give more grace time. Aimed at perception was improved, which is used for detecting when an enemy is aiming at civilians. While new functionality was added so that background assignments only influence behaviors rather than completely change them. Issues were fixed with overzealous vehicle-based friendly fire, which prevented NPCs from firing when friendly vehicles were close by, and when pre-combat attack area behaviors, including the AI not moving to the area and not attacking. Additions were made to the subsumption behavior scripting to allow parallel nodes to terminate when ready rather than being forced to terminate. This is useful in situations where the designers don't want to force an animation to quit until the correct point. Updates were also made to the AI state machine to give better control over how to transition between states. AI Game Intelligence Development Team. It's important to note that there is actually a couple of still jobs being posted by CIG, and one of the big one is dealing with AI, this sort of AI stuff. And I think it's part of this Game Intelligence Development Team. Don't quote me on that one, but that's what I feel like it's possibly, because this is new-ish. In February, the Game Intelligence Development Team continued to fix StarScript crashes reported by designers and QA testers. Due to the increasing number of users, the main priority is to stabilize the tool as quickly as possible. The team also began analyzing the ongoing mission system refactor in preparation for a summit held in the Manchester studio. Topics include the declarative model, tag system, and the self-validation tool. The implementation of views into StarScript 1.7 mentioned in last month's report continued too. Elsewhere, Game Intelligence continued exploring the various designs to more clearly display the master graph and its different state nodes, pictograms, different state nodes. Pictograms were also created to simplify the meaning of each state. They also began implementing mastergraph into design into StarScript. So the mastergraph here. AI is an enemy AI. Yeah, not as in like machine learning or any of that sort of stuff. It's more the Goff AI. AI tech. Last month, the AI tech team progressed with work that will allow them to voxelize huge areas for 3D navigation. This will be used to create paths for AI ships and EVA NPCs. Planetary navigation mesh was extended to receive further information about tall buildings to give more efficient evaluation of the terrain attitude while keeping track of manually placed object containers. The system to generate navigation for multiple agent types based on those present in the world, such as different sized creatures and vehicles, was also extended. February saw this team finalize the first steps of the Spatial Priority Solver system, which will organize and order different types of requests that need to be solved. For example, Pathfinder and navigation generation sequences. A lot of time was also dedicated to adding improved views and functionality to the subsumption tool. Goff. Good old-fashioned AI. Animation. Animation progressed for creatures such as new movement for the Copian to give it more ability to traverse the environment. They also worked on facial animations for an upcoming release. I wonder what kind of animations. Maybe some very Banu-ficial animations? You gotta watch the other videos I released for that one. Art characters. In February, the character team kicked off a new creature, continued work through Starware art debt, and progressed with 2 new stealth armors. Stealth armors. Ooh. Concept art team explored the ideas for in-game rewards and new armors. Community. In early February, the community team resumed their regular updates on to the roadmap. This week in Star Citizen and Arena Commander schedule, alongside general support for upcoming patches, sentiment feedback tracking, and event planning. As Red Festival 2955 wrapped up, community announced the winners of the Envelope the Verse in Envelop the Verse in Kindness screenshot contest, published a QA for the recently released Mist Fortune, and presented the second installment of the new Star Citizen Comms Dive series, which we actually did a video on earlier. I'll put that up here if you want to take a look at that. Pretty good, interesting stuff. In support of development's broader commitment to improving quality of life, the team published a discussion thread to gather and compile a list of what players felt were the most impactful bugs and issues currently affecting the game. The community team also helped spread the love during the Core More 2955 with a lighthearted How to Not Get a Date community contest, a catch-all page, and a Hornet loadout guide to accompany the release of the new Anvil Super Hornet Mark II. I don't know how not to do it. Visit a gathering area and take a Copian. I think it's cute. I think it'll get you a date. The team then published a 2025 Bar Citizen World Tour. Check it out for upcoming events that will provide players the chance to meet the person with staff members for drinks and shared camaraderie. We're looking forward to connecting with many players, many of you along the way, community team. July 17th, I want to say. I'm going to double check that real quick. July 12th. July 12th is going to be one of those. I am going to be with a group of other Star Citizen fans and creators who've helped create a Star Citizen fan meetup, sort of like a big Bar Citizen that we hopefully to make it annually, called Quantum Vegas, where you can come to Vegas, to Las Vegas, Nevada, where myself and Captain Serious Fun, and many others, including people like the Soul Citizens, Test Squadron members. There's a ton of us who've been putting this together for people to people. I'm one of the sponsors, but also one of the hosts. So we could go there. You're gonna be kind of meet and greets. So there should be, not guaranteed, Star Citizen developers who might be there, but we'll have events and other things like that. It'll be kind of like a neat little mini Citizen Con for those of you who want to come by. at Area 15 in Vegas. So a couple people have already said. I know that Red Monster said that he's going to be coming as well. So there'll be a couple people there as well. Take a look for that. It's Quantum Vegas. I don't think the website's up yet, but it may be up by the time this comes out, and I'll be promoting it more for every video, especially to make sure to get the word out. So if you all want to join in, because the tickets will be about $75 for the first month that they're being sold. Community ended the month by supporting the Supply or Die event. This included updates to global event messaging and a comprehensive catch-all post rounding out the month's significant developments. Core gameplay. Whew, this is gonna be thick. In February, the core gameplay team, one of the primary drivers behind stability and quality of life initiatives, continued fixing numerous bugs. Elsewhere, they supported upcoming content with smaller features to assist the creation of missions, sandbox gameplay, and storytelling. Very cool. February concluded many of the 2025's planning tasks, which will ensure the team correctly balances the need for bug fixing, quality of life updates, content support, and feature development. Last month, the core gameplay team implemented minor misfires for rapid-fire FPS weapons. This includes a setting that allows the designers to control the duration of the delay until the weapon continues shooting. That's neat. General cooldowns were also added for minor and major misfires to control how much time must pass after a misfire before another of the same severity can happen. Planning was done towards a misfire system for ship components to unify the systems and avoid tech debt. The primary use case for this is engineering gameplay. That's actual development towards engineering. Overheat animations were added or improved for some Volt weapons, while integrated code changes were added to unblock downstream dependencies. For engineering gameplay, this is a lot of engineering, the team added panels to the engineering screen to show critical information when items are selected. They also adjusted presets to enable UI pop-ups and reduce duplication, and fixed various issues with presets in screen UI. Improvements were made to the resource network debugging tools and item port localization setup to prevent errors. Various player-facing issues caused the resource network to not behave as players expected were fixed, while the coolant effectiveness calculation for items was updated. Progress was made on base building, with the devs identifying and fixing various bugs, particularly in the client-server flow. Validation for bugs or buildings placed on land claims began, and localization strings were implemented. Regarding crafting, the core feature is now playable using developer UI, so developer art, including the use of blueprints of variable material quality, crafting timers, and resource-dependent item stats. A basic queue to craft multiple items at once was added too. Elsewhere, the team implemented a basic AR marker grouping logic to reduce the amount of UI clutter in various situations. This is currently disabled internally, but available for design to validate edge cases. A strike team was formed to deal with underlying issues affecting the transit system, while another continued with ongoing refactor towards the new transport system. As part of this, a new suite of debugging tools was created to identify the root cause of transit carriage with transit manager issues. The team then addressed multiple issues causing carriages to get stuck in the manager failing to correctly orchestrate transit schedules. With support from QA, more instances were uncovered, investigated, and fixed. The team is still working through the prioritized list of issues and have added mitigating factors to help self-repair aspects of the system where possible. The core gameplay team is currently investigating poor performance in Pyro, which is caused by entities ending up at the center of the system, and dealing with issues with NPC loadouts, failing attachments, and object container setup. The core gameplay team made numerous tech debt performance and quality of life updates. For example, failure positions now works consistently. The entrance UI no longer suddenly disappears, and the control hints were improved. The application of distortion damage to jump drives was made more consistent. Some per-update hacks, per-update or is it pre-update? Hacks were replaced with proper implementation, and tunnel generation code was optimized. It now loops over once every spline point, which requires less caching. Various crashes were fixed, and performance gains of up to 4 ms per frame were achieved. Interesting. Wow, this is long. Elsewhere, the team can continue the initiative to improve the flight model and intelligent flight control system, IFCS. This will include many mechanical balancing and visual changes to improve the overall feel of flight. These will not be immediately implemented for the next Star Citizen release, but experimented with and iterated on internally until we feel they're the right for feedback. Core gameplay team. This involves adding jerk to IFCS to improve the overall feel of flight and smooth out all forces. A returning pass for various ship classes to account for the changes in flight model was done too. Extra G-force effects based on speed, not just acceleration, were added. While this doesn't impact gameplay, it adds an extra layer of immersion, for example, via additional camera effects. Different velocity limits per axis were implemented. Now IFCS uses goal time to max velocity, with acceleration in that axis to define the velocity limit. This means that, for now, velocity limit shape is defined by acceleration limit. Variable velocity limits per power assignment were added, now assigning different power changes the acceleration and, in turn, max velocity. A prototype was designed for improvements to proximity assist feature that limits speed based on proximity to other objects instead of just vehicle acceleration. Work is ongoing to make the automatic on-off trigger work smoothly, add UI notification for when it's active, and activate faster when using A, B, and or space brakes. Finally, for the flight system, a quote core unquote IFCS toggle was added to allow pilots to turn off various assists and fly fully decoupled. This is being used to experiment with a heavily stripped-backed IFCS system, so effectively the assist off mode from Elite. Numerous bugs were fixed through February too. Now quantum travel no longer overshoots short distances, as the pre-ramp can be canceled early. Aiming fixes were also made, including aim assist being added to unmanned turrets, and some issues with prediction edge cases during fast movement. February saw progress on the radar and scanning feature. Work included jerk equals rate of change acceleration, or the first derivative of acceleration. Yeah. February saw progress on the radar scanning feature. Work included enabling delta signature markers when detected, progress on the handheld radar jammer, and exposing more options to change the visuals for highlighting detected contacts. Core gameplay also began to work on vehicle interior components to be detectable, and started a minor refactor on how nearby influencing signatures can be handled. They also began implementing additional hooks into the room system. This will enable the design team to define background signatures, which can make radar detection stronger or weaker. For example, heavy PvP areas may have lots of background noise, reducing the effectiveness of radar and equalizing the playing field to some degree. Enunciators now start in the off state and correctly handle missing vehicle components. Maelstrom movement constraints progressed too, which allows for the dev to limit how far broken off pieces can move. The inventory UI rework progressed with new concept art. This is an ongoing initiative to address many visual and user experience issues with the current inventory UI, including how players equip items on their character. A few features were updated for Arena Commander 2, such as the addition of assist scoring for crew members and AI, UI for DNF timer, and loadout present selection. Loadout preset selection. Core Gameplay wrote various technical design documents in February, including for a new mission giver and a new mechanic to communicate mission progress via the comms calls system. Nice. The team also worked on the Supplier Die Global event, including allowing cargo deliveries over the expected SCU amount. They also added support for returning excess cargo when delivering more than expected, and made sure delivery missions don't count destroyed containers. The devs also enabled the designers to hide the quote complete unquote button for specific hauling contracts, such as those in Supplier Die, and investigated issues with mission markers. For the mission system refactor, the team fixed various issues with mission logic not proceeding and mission priorities not working correctly. A variety of quality of life updates were added too. Finally, For core gameplay, the team worked on various issues affecting hangars, freight elevators, fleet manager, and more that were exposed during Alpha 4.0 preview and Alpha 4.1 live. Mission design. Mission design focused on updating some old missions that weren't included in the recent refactor. This includes ensuring existing missions fit the new faction's content. For example, combat missions will fall under Foxwell Enforcement, with some new locations from Save Stanton used as forward operating bases. Bounty contracts will also move under the Bounty Hunters Guild alongside the reintroduction of the hijacked Origin 890 jump mission. Focus was also given to supplier die missions. Alongside fun content for the community, these missions will act as a test for balancing future resource gathering events. The team also began technical conversations with ongoing prioritization of mission quality. These discussions are about how to improve the audio pipeline to get voiced missions and begin pushing higher production value events. Yes! For those of you who have been following my content over the last couple of weeks, that is something that I have been explicitly hoping CIG does between this and the Banu mission giver, which was mentioned, which has been sort of hinted at, teased because of Ivakati. That means that we are getting more voiced work, which is a huge improvement for mission design and narrative. Speaking of which, narrative. A major highlight of narrative in February was the recent performance capture shoot focused on adding new narratives and characters. Thanks to ongoing refinements to the capture workflow, players should start seeing these narrative moments in the next few patches. Additionally, the team began planning and writing scripts for the next shoot, with the overall goal of greatly increasing the amount of dialogue in the verse, both in and out of missions. Another recent improvement was the new front-end loading screen for Alpha 4.0.2, which features the in-lore newspaper with headlines pertinent to the new content being released. For Alpha 4.0.2, the team dedicated themselves to content and bug fixing, including new resupply missions. Additionally, further missions are in progress for the rest of the year, including new standard issue missions, special events, and more involved narrative-focused missions. Very cool. Online technology. The online technology team began the year making tweaks and fixes to enable more in-game items to persist long-term. For the ongoing mission system refactor, the team worked to allow missions to communicate between distributed locations. The team also started finalizing analytics endpoint rewrite, making improvements to network error messaging to make them more descriptive. Additional optimizations were made to the territory assignment algorithm to improve robustness, while changes were made to how entities were bound over the network to lay groundwork for use in a fully dynamic server mesh. R&D. In February, work on the new method for large-scale soft terrain shadow generation continued. Support was also given to the engine team, who are currently taking steps to further parallelize rendering on the CPU side. The ongoing work on ground fog rendering mentioned in last month's report was temporarily put on hold to allow the team to focus on improving gas cloud detail rendering for higher fidelity appearance. Tech design. In February, tech design worked closely with mission design on upcoming content releases that players will hear more about in the future. They also prepared to set up items for scanning and began identifying what items should be scannable and what information should they reveal to the player. Major focus last month was on gameplay triggers, a system that allows designers to easily hook into and expose pre-existing functionality. Quote, usually this kind of work could be done by engineers, but our code-savvy tech designers have become proficient at creating new gameplay triggers. This allows us to create new gameplay with better player-facing feedback for the content teams to use. For example, easier ways to dynamically enable VFX and SFX, and expose ways for the designers to apply effects to players within an area. Tech design team. Interesting. UI. February saw the UI team focus on bug fixing, user experience, and vehicles. As part of this, they took an in-depth look at the upcoming social universe features shown at CitizenCon, focusing on the user experience. This involved taking the original design, working out user-friendly layouts, and ensuring interactions were well thought out and easy to use. The devs also began implementing UI for upcoming vehicles alongside concepting the final UI state styles for 2 manufacturers. Various UI bugs and minor issues were fixed too. The UI tech spent time beta testing the improved 2D UI renderer, as current versions is difficult to improve and bug fix. Elsewhere, they worked on tech support, game localization, and progressed with systems to allow players to navigate menus using a joystick or keyboard without a mouse. Interesting. Lastly, VFX. VFX spent part of February preparing for content releasing later this year. They also supported Supply or Die, cleaned up various work in Alpha 4.0, and progressed with upcoming Creature. I'm gonna have to steal that picture. So, summary. Massive summary. New UI. There's a lot of work on mission design, narrative, getting old mission types back in, unifying mission givers, some of which we're seeing in 4.0. We're definitely seeing a lot more emphasis, like the gameplay. The three big things I could pull away from the gameplay, core gameplay features, is engineering, scanning, and balancing. Those are the three things that have really come out. There are some things here like wear and tear, but that wear and tear stuff comes with engineering. So it's clear they're still working on those features. They're still wanting to get those in. Now, would I suggest that those are going to be coming in anytime soon? Probably not. We've been hearing about scanning as a feature starting back in like July of last year. I fully expect that to go into the fall of this coming year, but I think I'm leaning more towards us getting features at the end of the year rather than never getting it. And I think the based on the core gameplay features, engineering, scanning, stealth, and like that's it. And ships and content. Because the other things were clearly missions, new creatures, a lot of AI work. New mission givers, new armors, new weapons. The Volt weapons were being worked on. So there's a ton of content being added to the game. And as we know, there's a lot of stuff they didn't even mention here about new locations and other things like that. So yeah, it's pretty thick. It's a shorter one in the grand scheme of things. I've had, PO monthly reports that go down to like an hour. So this was a little shorter, but it was definitely meaty. A lot of the stuff we're seeing. As always, I want to hear your thoughts down below on any of this. Do you think we're going to actually see any of this stuff this year, or is this just sort of just CIG working in the background? Do you think that we might actually see scanning and the new mission systems and all these sorts of things in the game before the end of this year? Let me know in the comments below. And as always, make sure if you did enjoy this, join us live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. And if you enjoyed this video, hit the like button. It really does help spread the word. Subscribe for more content and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. Thank you for joining us. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. Whoo! Whoo! 30 minutes, man. 3 fucking capsules. I don't think I've ever done that many capsules in one sitting. Oh. And Xylo didn't troll me. I think it's the first time I've not been trolled while reading a PU monthly report while Xylo's in the chat. Yeah, 3 capsules plus a whole lot of bullshitting. I'm impressed. Only 4.5 hours. That's actually pretty good. I'll turn on all your fun buttons. Maybe Xylo's on the xylophone? Maybe. Parenthood has softened him. He's just busy. About to load a Sasaki.
2 words. Distress bacon.
Update on the new rig. There was a deal for the case that I was purchasing, so I purchased the case. It was like 40 or 25% off the case, so it was under $100. So I was like, yes, please. So I got a good airflow case. Let me see what case was it. It's gonna be happening. It's gonna be arriving next Tuesday. It's the NXT H7 Flow 2024. It's a mid-tower ATX. So I haven't purchased the CPU or GPU yet. I'm going to be purchasing this piecemeal, but the plan is that I'm likely going to get those either next or last because they're both expensive ones. I'm looking at getting a Ryzen 7 9800 X3D. And for GPU, I'm a little torn because part of me, I want to get the 9070 XT because like cost per frame and its availability seems to be much better. Now, obviously, right now it's currently sold out because the first batch, just everyone bought it because scalpers and other people probably purchased it. So it'll be interesting to see if it gets refreshed in stock pretty quickly, especially the lower, the 599 version. If that's the case, I'll probably get that one because it's I game in 1440p, or 1440, so it's like I don't need a very high-end 4K monitor available one. So I'm either getting that or the 5070 Ti because they're pretty comparable, and if they're pretty comparable, it comes down to features and price. And the features of the Ti are slightly better than the 9070, but the 9070 is just like $300 cheaper than that. So that's a huge discount. I have a 2070 Super. Yeah, and availability, yeah. Well, yeah, 1440 is what I game in. Now, I said all of that, but guess what? I am sitting down with the one, the only, 10#42 on Sunday. And we're going to be doing a video together. We're going to film a video together where I'm going to talk with him about my build, and I'm going to have him critique my build and tell me what I should and shouldn't get. And hopefully it'll be a nice little learning tool for people who are interested in buying PC for Star Citizen or upgrading their PC for Star Citizen. And hopefully 10#42 is also going to take some of that and maybe turn that into his own video, outlining what people should get for Star Citizen in this. And so that's one of the questions I'm going to ask is the 5070 Ti versus the 9070 XT. As somebody who's not built a PC in 5 years, how has things changed? Do I really need a Ryzen 7 9800 X3D? I've heard people say the Ryzen the 7800 is still fine. So yeah, but how much is it? Like, should I go with, because like one of the things I might think about is getting, instead of a 9800 X3D, is to get a 7800, which is still available. It's it's like $150 to $200 cheaper to get a 7800 X3D. And it's on the same architecture as the 9800. So if I wanted to get the 9800 later, I could easily do a swap out. Yeah, no, the speeds that I have are the G-Skill Flare X5 series, DDR5, that's 6,000, I think, the speed. But it's 64 gigs. The issue with AMD cards is they don't stream so well. But that's the thing. I don't stream from my gaming PC. I stream from my stream PC. So if I got that card, it would be going to my capture card, and then my stream PC would push it out. So that's not as much of an issue. And the thing that I'm planning on doing is getting, after I build this gaming PC, I'm going to get a slightly cheaper stream PC. I'll replace my current stream PC with a slightly cheaper stream PC. And I'm looking at like the Battle Mage, the Intel card, because apparently it streams fucking fantastically. No, the 7800 is an AM5, if I remember correctly. It's the one below the 7800, which is the AM4, the 5800. The 7800 is the first on AM5. Why not use your PC, the PC you're swapping out on upgrade the stream PC? Because the PC I'm swapping out on is not, the parts are different. So when I built my stream PC is built specifically to be a media machine. It doesn't run video games very well. It has a 1070 in it. It's got a capture card. It's got 64 gigabytes. I think it's got 32 gigabytes of DDR4. It might have 64. But it's fairly low end for gaming, but better for streaming. And the stuff that I have in my gaming PC would be okay for a streaming PC, but not perfect. And both of them are very old. I'm partial to NVIDIA. The new DLSS 4.0 is really good. Plus, with its 5070 Ti, you would have MFG in if Star Citizen were to add that. Yeah, no, that's definitely a categorization. But there's also a lot of other problems with the 50 series right now. Missing, was it ROPS? Just complete missing ROPS. A chance, like a 10% of missing ROPS. The cords are melting. It's like $1,000 to get it. Like MSRP, it's like $750, but you can't find it at MSRP. It's like $800 to $1,000 if you're going to get it. So there's nothing from your current gaming PC that could add to your upgrade to your stream PC. Not really. The only thing that would be an advantage is that my streaming PC uses old HDDs, so old hard drives, not SSDs, for most of it. It's still got some SSDs, but it's mostly that. And there's no slot for an M2 drive in my current stream PC. Otherwise, it'd be an M2. So the stream PC would be more of I would build it from scratch to be a better than I currently have, because my current stream PC is an old Ryzen CPU. And it's getting on in years. Like, the stream PC is older than my gaming PC. It's like 2018. They're SATA to M2 cages. Yeah, but I mean, at that point, like, I'm at the point where I'm so old in terms of architecture and everything else that it would make a lot more sense to just scrap the old PC, gaming PC or streaming PC, give it to people who maybe give it to somebody who might want it. It's not perfect. It's not really good. But keep it aside. Maybe I need to use it for something else and then build a new one. It's not a priority. It's like my streaming PC works fine. And it's not as important as my gaming PCs. That's the main focus. But yeah. But it's also getting on in years, so it throws up weird errors every so often. Like I said, I need to replace all of the hard drives with SSDs, and so it would make like. Let me pull up my PC part picker real quick. So in comparison, other than the case, which I can probably swap out for another case, right now, I'm looking at a Ryzen 9 7950X, 64 gigabytes of DDR5, one Western Digital 4 terabyte NVMe, M2, I should say, drive. The Rock Arc, Sparkle Rock OC Arc A770 16 gigabyte video card, which is the Intel, which has some really cool features with AV1, and that's $300. So that's pretty good for something I don't really need beyond just streaming and other things like that. This, it's two sticks of DDR of 64, 232 gigabytes. So like the CPU is pretty pricey, but it's like $470, and then the video card is $300. So that's still like $770-ish, like $800. But the whole rig is $1,800, which means that total, the video card and the CPU would be the biggest expenses. But I would jump from having a 4.6. I don't even know what was the 1070. Look it up. Eight gigabytes of DDR5. Yeah. So I'll be going from 8 gigabytes to 16 gigabytes of VRAM. And I have to look up what my stream PC has for its core, but it's the processors are definitely weaker. Yeah, new cards of DDR7. I used to collect people's old cast-off computer components and build Franken computers and give them people that needed a machine. I mean, I could definitely take some aspects from my stream PC and build them and combine them with my old gaming PC and create a pretty decent rig for people who'd be interested. Likely, I'm gonna take my old gaming PC, clean it up a little bit, and give it to my wife because she needs an update. Because my stream PC is effectively what my wife has for her gaming PC, and it's struggling. So her getting a 2070 Super would probably be a significant improvement. And she's going to start streaming soon. So I could easily also give her my old stream PC so she could run 2 PC setup if she wanted to. My wife's a author, by the way. The link just procced, but yeah. Oh, you know the new AMD CPUs are dropping this month, right? Yeah, but that's why I'm not purchasing anything right now, because I'm waiting for some of those production issues to go through and then to see what's available. But I think it's still safe to buy buy what I can. And just because the new AMD CPUs are dropping doesn't necessarily mean they're good for what I need to do. I like the 2 PC setup. It makes my life a lot easier because it makes it more, not necessarily efficient, but it makes it more, hands off. Like, once I have it set up, it's pretty easy to manage a stream and stream at the same time. It's minor inconveniences compared to if I wanted to do it all on one PC. She gonna play SC with me? Possibly. She plays more single player games, and she's a horror author, so she's probably gonna play a lot more horror games and other things like that. 2070 is an improvement? That sounds horrible. Is she on a 10 series? She is. She's on a 1070. Now, my other plan, I actually do have a rig that I put together for her, which is a Ryzen 5 7600X. I may get the 78 instead of this the 7800X, whatever one's on AM5. Yeah, it's on AM5. That's not bad. Ryzen 5 7600X, and then a Titan, the Sparkle Titan Arc B5 580. Yeah, so that's the thing, Risky, is that my plan is to get as much as I can with the money I have now. And so, like, I may have to wait until the middle of summer before I can purchase the graphics card or the CPU. But I've got functioning system that works with what I have. It's not really a problem. It's just one of those things where I need to update now-ish, so that when future games come out, I don't become locked out because of my old hardware. Yeah, so to give you context, pretty much everything else is available, though the reason why I haven't pulled the trigger on the Ryzen 7 9800X3D is because, one, I've heard some people say that it's not that much of an improvement compared to the 7800. And the 7800 is, looking at the prices, it's around $450, whereas the 9800 is about closer to 600. I know the 9800 is 16 thread versus the or 8 core 16 thread. They're both the same. I guess this £10 will tell you to save money and get the 7800 X3D. You might, which would be fine, because I can always still upgrade later if I really want to, because AM5 is still the architecture that AMD is going to be going around for a while. And I have an old Ryzen in my current stream PC, and it's fucking amazing. So yeah, saving that several $100s would put me in a pretty good position. The question will be to get the 97XT, 9070 XT, or the 5070 Ti. And I'm leaning towards the 9070 XT right now because of both money saved and all of the issues that are going on with the current 50 series cards. So, Paul, what's your thought about a starter salvager 8 SCU-ish? I think it's fine. The idea that they floated with SCL it makes sense. I like that idea, especially since the way that they were designing it seemed like you weren't going to get out of your ship and actually sort through processed ore. It would probably just stay in a buffer, and you'd have to like push it out when it was done. But yeah, I've seen sales fairly recently on the 9800 X3D for 480. The thing about the 9800 is that it had some manufacturing flaws that were exposed. Wait, what? Is the Ryzen 5 7600 better than the Ryzen 7 7800 X? Oh, that's the X. That's why. Rather than the X3D. Oh, it's because it's got more cores. That's why. It's an 8 core versus a 6 core. Just look at the performance boost. Like they're both 4.7 gigahertz, and its performance core boost is 5.3 gigahertz. It's got more cores. They did for the 9070 XT. They used Star Citizen as part of the promo. So, all right. So I've been streaming so long that it's now Friday for me. I will be back tomorrow with Loken, possibly doing some supplier die. I might convince Loken and his crew to do some group gameplay there. We'll see what we can do. Saturday is going to be discussing the discussion around PvP versus PvE. Can they be meshed? Is there a conflict? Does PvP belong in Star Citizen? Does PvE belong in Star Citizen? Are they mutually antagonistic? All that those sorts of questions. Execute will be on board, but I'll probably get a couple other people to talk about it. And then Sunday we'll be doing lore expeditions, doing some supplier die to help people get those sorts of things. I might see if we can't do like salvage or mining, because I don't think we've ever done stuff like that. So. And then Monday, I'll be doing another Zero to Hero stream like I've been doing in the past, where I kind of streamed for a couple of hours, just hanging out and chilling and talking and stuff like that. Next week is my last week before spring break. And so then the week of spring break, I plan on doing a little bit more streams or stream longer than I normally would. So keep an eye on that. I'll probably do my... at least one of my subathons that week, just because I have that day off. Those days off. And the end of the month is like the 29th and 30th. I don't think I have anything crazy there, so. Paul, as usual, it was a great discussion tonight. Thank you for hanging up. Thank you for this one. Stayed up late for this one. I knew it was going to be, because CIG went from no news to all of the news in a week. Thank you for watching, y'all. Thank you for hanging out. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.